Dang it. Get from under there. Okay. Mic check, mic check. Alrighty. Excuse me. Sorry about that. Good evening, good evening. What's going on, everybody? Welcome to a brand new Carolina Panthers Talk live stream coming at you here on the U to the Tube and Facebook, courtesy of Blitzball Champ Gaming. I'm Blitzball Champ Jason Ingram. Hopefully, my other co-hosts, Corey from Keep Pounding and Mr. Carolina of Bleeding Carolina Blue Podcast, will be joining me shortly. But tonight, we are going to preview this upcoming Week 4 matchup as the Carolina Panthers return home to Bank of America Stadium to take on the Minnesota Vikings, which both teams right now are 0-3. So we're going to discuss the matchup. Um, it's going to be quite an interesting matchup. Um, like I said, both teams are coming in this Sunday 0-3. So one of us is going to get that first win. Now, there's quite a bit to talk about leading up to this. We're going to go over the current injury report. And
What's up, buddy?
hey, what's good, Corey? Can you hear me?
Yep.
Cool, cool.
We live or no?
Yeah, we're live.
Cool, cool.
So we got
What's
quite interesting matchup for this Sunday. The battle of 0-3 teams. It's the Panthers and the Vikings.
Indeed, indeed.
Um, who I
I'm gonna start with Justin Jefferson because I mean that's the obvious elephant in the room, and there's been talk that he's gonna put up 300 yards and pull the Julio Jones treatment on us.
yeah, there's that's definitely been brewing, and what sucks about it is we're kind of on par to be exposed, especially with the number of injuries that have piled up on the defense. But
Yeah, one of those is Jamie Robinson. There was talk about him in the last couple of days, and like we're still not even sure what we're doing with it because when we first drafted him, there was talk about putting him at a corner spot, and we never did that. So I
right,
don't know what we're doing at this point. Woods
right,
is out. I mean, we the injury bug has really slaughtered us this year. It's been
facts.
bad. I mean, if you consider Mingo our newest draft pick, he's got a concussion now.
Yep.
I mean, this is getting out of hand. If these injuries will eventually slow down, but how soon can we get back on track? Will it be too late? Even with the proper playbook, I don't know.
Yeah, it's going to be tricky. It's going to be rather tricky, and there's a lot that's really going to have to fall into place to in favor of us in order for us to really have a chance this Sunday. Um, let's start with the current injury report and matchup predictor. So, according to ESPN, 63.9% chance that the Vikings win, a 35.8% chance that the Panthers win. Um,
It would be harder than that
yeah. A couple of names
based on
on,
the way things are going.
yeah, exactly. A couple of
That's
names
generous.
on the Minnesota Vikings. Center Garrett Bradbury is questionable. Safety Lewis Sign is questionable. Linebacker Marcus Davenport's questionable. Byron Murphy Jr. at cornerbacks questionable. Safety Josh Metellus is questionable. So doesn't seem like there's
Mm,
a lot of names that stand out on that list other than Marcus Davenport,
hmm
which he was limited today for practice. He was limited.
Yeah, I'm kind of going over the depth chart right now. Um, One name that stands out to me that Panthers fans will be familiar with is Cameron Bynum. He was one of my depth chart uh, uh, radar people that I was looking at during the draft
Oh,
that he
really?
was drafted in. Yep, Cameron Bynum.
Oh, interesting.
About 3 years ago when I started messing around with draft boards and stuff like that.
Hmm.
Seriously, taking them serious with the channel, you know.
Right, right.
Uh, Miles Gaskin, he's kind of a newcomer. Um, let's see here.
Oh yeah, they just got Cam Akers.
Oh, yep.
So I expect probably to see maybe some carry split between Cam Akers, Alexander Madison.
Ooh, Marcus Davenport.
Yeah, which they have him listed as questionable, but he did practice today, so duly noted. Oh yeah, they also picked up Dalton Reisner.
Yep.
Oh, okay.
Um,
They
on
definitely.
defense, watch out for Brian Asamoah.
Oh,
Asamoah.
oh, absolutely.
I can never say his last name correctly. I apologize if I keep getting it wrong. Like I have a bad habit of doing that.
They have a very young
But
defense.
he is a beast.
Right.
Six
Um.
foot oh, 226, all muscle, bro. He's already got two solo tackles this year.
Oh, for real?
Yeah.
Dang.
Uh, uh, so far, he's had one forced fumble last year, but I mean, his main strength is tackling right now.
Okay. Duly noted. Um. But yeah, they got a very young defense. Like Harrison Smith is
Indeed,
the
they do.
Harrison Smith is the oldest guy on their defense at safety, 34 years old. Everybody else is like in their 20s.
Yeah, brand new.
Yeah. So,
I did see something about their secondary being ranked really, really low. I don't know what ranking they have currently.
so,
But I think ours went up to like 11, didn't it? Even with
uh,
injuries,
I believe so.
something like that. 11 or 12.
Something like that. Uh,
That's extremely generous, though.
so looking at our injury report, which we know Bryce Young returned as a full participant. Frankie
We'll get
Louvu,
into him in a bit.
Frankie Louvu practiced. He was limited. Uh,
That's good news.
Adam Thielen had a rest day. Uh, Taylor Moton.
Hmm.
Let's see. Uh, Bradley Bozeman, Taylor Moton, C.J. Henderson, LeBrian Ray were full participants. Moton had a rest day today, but before that rest day, previous day he was a full participant.
Why is this dude getting a rest day? He doesn't need a rest day. Excuse me.
I'm guessing it's a vet rest day.
He doesn't need a rest day after all those false start penalties. Yeah. Come on, man. You gonna give Icky a rest day after all those false starts that he had too?
Oh
Nah, bro.
no.
No. Okay, if it's injury related, we'll allow it. But if it's just for rest day purposes, no, no, absolutely not.
No,
Not not
no,
cool.
no rest day for him.
No, these guys need to be ruined running stadiums after all those false starts. Straight
Yeah,
up.
because 8 false starts, that's not normal. That's for sure.
Can we talk about this? The Panthers lead the league with 28 penalties for 183 net yards.
That's a lot.
That's trending, and that just came off of ESPN.
Man, that really adds up. That really adds up.
I, we have got to get this under control.
Yes,
We've got
indeed.
fans petitioning to get Steve Wilkes back now because there's just no discipline. There's no discipline. When you had Steve Wilkes, there was discipline.
This is
Where did
true.
that come? It left. It left the building with him and went to San Francisco.
Yeah, and they're balling over there in San Francisco.
We had what 6 games with Wilkes. Those 6 games, we had the most disciplined players we have had in years.
Wait, we had 12. We had 12.
6 games with Wilkes as interim, right? Six,
Nah, 12.
12?
Yeah.
12. All right. That was more than I thought.
Oh yeah, we got Matt Rule out of there fast.
Well, the point remains. Those 12 games, we had the most discipline we have had in years in Carolina, ever since 2016. That's the best our discipline has ever been with this team.
Yeah, that much is true.
And I'm frustrated. You got lazy players out there. You got players that were jogging. I caught 2 players jogging during the Saints game
Oh,
in the
that's not good.
in the Seattle game. And I was sitting in the seats live watching that. I
Ugh.
was like, really? We're allowing this?
They
We're just gonna sit here and put up with this $70 million roster, brand new $70 million beautiful roster, and we're just letting Frank just run wild with it.
Yeah,
Think about this.
definitely.
Frank has a cushy job, guys. Frank has a cushy job.
Hmm.
You got all these Super Bowl winning management sitting right here for you.
Right.
You're not even letting them do their jobs correctly. Now, you all you have to do is just let them do their job, do what you do on the sidelines, call timeouts, challenges, whatever you need to do,
Right.
which he did not do. There was a major play where he did not throw a challenge flag that really pissed me off. The 4th and 1 with
Oh
the ball
yeah,
spot.
the spot. Yeah.
That should have immediately been challenged. Dude, I would have attacked that ref with the red flag.
Yeah. 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 It was so obvious when they zoomed in
Come
on that.
on, man. I would have straight up thrown that thing at his chest.
Yeah.
Like, that
Like
is ridiculous. It, you have one job. You have a cushy job. All you have to do is just let the coordinators and the players do their jobs. and then just sit there and look pretty during the press conferences and answer questions. It's really that simple.
Yeah.
Rotate as necessary in the depth chart. Why
Uh,
is that so hard?
let's see. B Ryder, welcome to the
Oh
stream.
gosh.
B Ryder says if we don't win this week, we will be 0 and 6. Well, actually, we would
Over
be
four.
0 and 4, but I get what you mean. I
Yeah,
totally get what you mean.
I do too.
Um,
It's the road to 0-6.
yeah. So
Definitely.
Xavier Woods, he's out. His injury is more long term. DJ Chark, Jonathan Mingo, Miles Sanders, and Chandler Savala were limited.
Can I just talk about Miles Sanders real quick? Because I had a lot of people trashing Miles Sanders on my stream,
Go for it.
on my page. All right. All it does it all you have to do is just take a look at his numbers with the Eagles, and you know that he's solid. Okay, why are people trashing this dude? Oh, he hasn't done anything. Oh, he's just garbage.
I mean, right now, who has done
Man,
anything
go look
though?
at his numbers. Then you tell me who exactly. Why do you think that is? It's the playbook. It's Frank. Ladies and gentlemen, it's not complicated to find the source of the problem here. And it's affected everybody. Why do you think Chuba only got one carry last week?
Yeah, that was ridiculous.
Why do
That
you
was
think
ridiculous.
TMJ is not getting any touches? Come on. TMJ not getting any touches? And then everybody that sees a player that's not getting the production they're supposed to be getting, oh, they're trash. You refuse to admit where the problem is coming from. You refuse to admit it, and you deflect and you scapegoat everything but where the problem really is. It's been that way for years and years and years as a fan base. Why do we keep doing this? Ugh, it's just maddening. Get off of Miles Sanders' back, man. We
Especially
made the right choice.
he really shouldn't be the main one singled out. I mean, I understand, you know, it's been a rough start to the
No,
season, but he's
last week it was Chuba, and Chuba pulled. 2 weeks ago it was Chuba, and Chuba proved you guys wrong. Give it time. Miles is going to prove you guys wrong too, and you're going to be eating crow on him too. Next, who's next? Who y'all want to throw under the bus next?
let him know.
I
Let
got
him know.
y'all. I got y'all. And y'all want to act like I don't do the research and I don't know this stuff, man. I had like 4 people this week, this past 2 weeks, that want to act like I don't do the research. Okay, let's look up Miles Sanders numbers. Do we really need to spend stream time doing this? This is ridiculous. People, this is, oh my gosh.
Miles Sanders, last season, played all 17 regular season games, had 259 carries for 1,269 yards, averaged 4.9 yards a carry, 11 touchdowns, with his longest run being a 40-yarder. But yeah, 11 rushing touchdowns.
1,269 total rushing yards. Do y'all hear that? Do y'all hear that? Leave this man alone. 11 touchdowns during his Eagles Super Bowl run. Are y'all really that dense? Honestly, uh, wow.
B Ryder says who's out there in free agency for running back. We really don't need another
Oh
running
my,
back. B Ryder, we
we
don't need
don't.
another running back. We got the
We
running back
don't.
core. That's not the problem. That's not the problem.
Here
Uh
we go.
Carol Hope, welcome to the stream. He
That's half
says
the fan base saying that about the running backs, though, that we need a power back. We don't need a power back. Chuba is a power back. I watched it live.
Carol Hope just joined for the in the chat. She says, "What's good, y'all? Yeah, TMJ isn't getting many touches. I think he barely had like 6 or 7 touches in the Seattle's game. They need to incorporate a two wide receiver core and stick with it.
You watch, that's going to come up next. You watch, that's going to come up next with these people. It was Chuba, then it's Miles, now it's going to be TMJ. They're going to cycle back around to him. And then eventually they're going to hit Mingo because he had the concussion. Oh, he hasn't been on the field. Oh, that's a bust. Watch. I'm calling it right now. Y'all need to stop this nonsense. It's a poison. Half the fan base is doing this, man.
And here's the thing.
We do this
Um,
every year, and I'm just sick of it.
yeah. I mean, I understand that, last game there were, almost 60 plus passing attempts and, not really enough rushing attempts. So I mean,
Yep.
it was a pretty one-sided, one-dimensional from the offense in the Seattle game. And I'm not saying that it didn't produce points, but as many
Our OC
decent,
at the time was terrible.
yeah, we got to have a good balance of both. That's what made
Never
us
had a
so
good balance of
dangerous.
both except for 15.
Yeah, but that's what made us dangerous.
Exactly. That's what I want us to get back to.
Um, okay. Let's look at these statistical comparisons.
This is going to be fun.
All right. We're back at home, Bank of America Stadium, Sunday, October 1st, 1 p.m. The Vikings lead the series 10-6 against us, and we have not defeated the Vikings since Cam Newton was our quarterback. Um, Starting with the offense. Here we go. Total yards per game. Carolina ranked 21st. Minnesota ranked 3rd.
We're ranked 21st. That's generous.
Yeah.
Wow.
Rushing yards per game.
That's probably
Carolina.
because of the 300 yards that Andy put up last week.
Oh yeah, that
But keep in
definitely.
mind, that was against the 29th ranked secondary, though.
Yeah.
Anybody could do that.
Yeah.
They're all ball out about 250. So, I mean, if he was battling at an average level of defense, it would be 250. Somewhere in the neighborhood of 230 to 250.
Right. Um, Rushing yards per game. Carolina ranked 18th. Minnesota ranked 31st. Um,
Oh, but we don't have a running game. We're still ranked middle of the pack. Y'all
right.
never satisfied me.
Rushing yards per attempt. Carolina ranked 7th. Minnesota ranked 19th.
Uh huh. Again, proving my point.
Yeah, I mean, we're in the top 10 in rushing yards per attempt. So I mean, uh, but
What more do you want?
here's the kicker though. Passing net yards per game. Carolina ranked 22nd. Minnesota ranked 2nd. Oof.
I don't know how.
Justin Jefferson is how.
Oh my god.
Shoot, that guy is coming into this game with 458 yards receiving. I mean, he's only had one touchdown, but still 458 receiving yards coming into this game.
Oh my god. Kirk Cousins and Jefferson, man. Like, that is literally all I've been hearing about all week. And it's just like, everybody's just going, how? 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 It's like, why not?
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
It's
Did
Justin
folks
Jefferson,
forget who Justin Jefferson is?
right? Same ones that are trashing Miles Sanders. So, I mean, you can't win with these folks. You
Yeah.
really can't.
Um, Sacks allowed. Carolina ranked 21st. Minnesota tied for 17th.
Here we go. God.
So that's pretty close between the two. Um, Third down efficiency on offense. Carolina ranked 14th. Minnesota ranked 12th.
That number's inflated because of last week.
Oh, most definitely. Most definitely.
Yeah, it was much lower before that.
Uh Points per game. Carolina ranked 24th. Minnesota tied for 15th.
Hmm. Against the legitimate defense, I'd say lower 20s.
Yeah, but that's the offensive statistical comparison. So I mean,
Last week's numbers are probably more accurate than this week's. Those are the ones you want to follow because that's where we are.
mhm. Okay, defense.
Without an offensive game plan and then Bryce is coming back, yeah,
That's a good
the
point
defensive
too.
numbers probably went down too because of all the injuries.
Yeah,
They were a lot higher.
and the thing is, I guess the assumption is that Bryce is starting this Sunday instead of Dalton,
Mm-hmm.
which I'm guessing that's the direction they're going. I don't know. He was a full participant. He says he feels great. He's ready to win, so
All right, so here's the question I've got with this: Are we going back to the Bryce Young playbook that we had during the first 2 weeks, or are we officially opening the playbook to Bryce?
for their sake, they better open it up. They better let Thomas Brown get some more calls in.
He needs all the calls. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, that
Some
is true.
calls. That's like that's like talking about playoffs right now. Playoffs? Playoffs?
Okay, hold on. B Ryder, Miles. He says Miles has not been impressive. He's not breaking tackles. He's dropping balls and had a critical fuel in
When does
week
he
one.
drop ball?
And you don't think we need to get someone else in there, dude?
What are you
You're giving
talking about? When did
you're
he
giving
drop
up.
ball?
You're giving up on somebody that's proven that
He
he can
just won a
play.
Super Bowl ring.
He's it's only been three
When did he
weeks.
drop any balls?
Not to mention B Ryder.
My God.
When you don't get carries, how can you do anything when you don't get carries? Like,
I'll give you the one screen pass.
yeah, I can agree with that. But the thing is, B Ryder, look at the previous game and then
How
the
else did
other
he
two
drop
games
balls?
before that. You know, how can you rack up numbers if you don't get carries? Look at
Exactly.
look how many passing attempts we had last game versus rushing attempts. And look at Chuba.
Unbelievable.
Chuba's barely getting carries. He's barely getting carries. So I don't think that's a fair judgment. I
He only
understand
had one carry last week.
exactly.
One.
I understand he had the one fumble. I understand that was totally on him. But Miles Sanders has proven before that he's a great running back.
It wouldn't
He
matter
went
if
over a
he had.
thousand yards rushing. I'm not ready to give up on him just like that because he's
Oh
struggling
my
a
God.
little bit. You're already
It
ready.
wouldn't matter if
Let me ask you something. You're already ready to give up on
we
him?
had Derrick Henry in here. He would still complain. These people would still complain.
Like,
Oh, they
bro,
dropped balls. Oh, they didn't get enough of an average. They'd always find something to nitpick, man. This is the same people I'm talking about right here.
but be okay. Carol Hope says prediction: Thielen going for 150 yards Sunday. I hope so. We need him to get on fire.
Yeah, we need that. Oh
Um,
God, we need that.
B Rider says Chuba is fine. Miles not working in the system. How is Chuba fine when he's not getting carries?
Even if we put Chuba in, you guys would find a reason to complain about Chuba.
He's not getting
Like, tell
carries
me I'm
though.
wrong.
That B Rider, you got to understand how can you see a lot when you don't get the carries? Chuba is barely he's barely gotten any carries, bro. That's
Even if
that's
he
the
did
point
get
that I'm
in there,
making.
people would still complain about him and nitpick him and do the same thing you're doing to Miles Sanders right now. Tell me I'm wrong. Tell me you won't find something to nitpick about Chuba if he gets to start on Sunday.
I wanna see something.
See?
I wanna look back
Come on, guys.
at previous games.
You can't win here.
Okay. Um.
Gosh.
So in the first game, Miles had 18 carries. Chuba had 9 carries. Okay.
Yep.
In the Saints game, let's see. In the Saints game, Miles had 14 carries. Chuba only had two, two. Okay. And
Wow.
then in the Seahawks game, Miles had 9 carries and Chuba had one. Bro, he's not getting the carries. He's not getting the carries.
Mm-hmm.
That's all I'm saying. I understand the frustration. I do. Don't get me wrong.
Uh,
But if he's not getting the
uh,
carries, especially you remember how
so
many carries that
frustrated right
Christian
now.
McCaffrey was getting? Like it's
We
it's kind
broke him.
it's just kind of hard. It's kind of hard to judge that when you're not getting a lot of carries. Not to mention his number of carries kept going down from the first game to the Seattle game. The carries were going
Mm-hmm.
down. You see what
Mm-hmm.
I'm saying? The carries were going down. That's not good. You still got to have a running game. You still have to hand the ball off, you know? Not pick. We are 0 and 3. Yes, I'm complaining about the Panthers. I mean, I feel you, bro. It's just I think we're get
Everybody's got complaints, you know. I
I
mean, we're
just
0-3.
the only thing I'm saying is you got to also look at the carries. You can't be
Right.
productive without the carries as a running back.
Right.
I'm just saying. Uh,
You can't open up a passing attack without the rushing game. We ran into a brick wall last week.
yeah. Um, Carol Hope says, I think Miles is scratching the surface. Once he gets the playbook down pat, he's going to be a problem for opposing teams. But I do think we still need another running back to complement the other two. That's why he brought in another running back on the practice squad. I mean,
Who do you not like in this running back squad? That's my question. Who do you not like? Because Miles Sanders is a Super Bowl winner. Chuba Hubbard is a power put bruiser. No matter what these people say, you know, you're not going to convince them otherwise. But I
and don't forget, we still
think he's a
have
power bruiser. He's physically pushed the pile already.
and you know, we still got Raheem Blackshear. We still got
Yeah,
him.
yeah. Who do you not like out of this running back group so far? Who?
B Ryder says maybe I'm spoiled because running backs have always been impressive in Carolina, but it doesn't seem this year so far. Once again,
Give
bro,
Miles time.
once again,
That's what I'm saying.
how can you be impressive when you don't get the carries? How? Like he's getting less
Yeah.
and less carries per game. That's the point that I'm making.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, how can you rack up the yards if you don't get the carries?
Right.
I mean, he went from 18 to 14 to 9. That's going down.
Our play calling is so trash.
And Chuba, I think
Like it's
I
to the
think
point
the
where at least
first
half a
game,
dozen teams have already figured this out.
like the first game, I think that's where Chuba's had the most carries so far in the first game, but even he's barely scratched the surface.
Yep.
You know, and we're talking about the same Chuba Hubbard that once backed up Christian McCaffrey and even had to start in place of him when he was out for at least what, 6 games?
And need I remind you, he ranked 12th. 12th in rushing yards when that happened. Right up there with the starters.
B Rider says he doesn't get the carries because he ain't moving the ball. Bro, you can't give up on the running game like that. That's not how that
He hit a
works.
brick wall.
That's
What else do you want him to do?
that's not how that works, bro. Like, not only that, not even Chuba's getting any carries. That's what I'm saying. The running
Right.
backs aren't getting any carries. The
We
running
aired it
game
out.
isn't being used, bro. I mean, you can say that about Miles Sanders. That's fine. But what about Chuba? I mean, two
We were
carries, one
facing the
carry?
29th ranked
Like
secondary. Of course, we're going to air it out.
like
We're
that's not a fair judgment. I mean, cuz just because, it's not working doesn't mean that you give up on it. You cannot
right.
survive being a one-dimensional offense.
Yep.
It will not work.
I do understand why we shifted towards air it out because 75% of those plays were aired out because of the 29th ranked secondary. We were
Yeah,
trying to attack it
absolutely.
and take advantage last week, but there's a there's a certain understanding when that comes in. But at the same time, you need a healthy balance too. That 25% better hold up. Otherwise, you're just airing it out and they can just put everybody back.
Exactly. And also, let me remind y'all, when we were feeding Christian McCaffrey the ball, all like 90% of the time, how did that work out for us record wise?
Everybody was put into the box when that happened.
You will not survive being one dimensional, period.
We had like 8 people in the box versus CMC versus Chuba, because we were running mostly rushing plays. You can't survive like that. You got to press the ball down the field in those situations. These quarterbacks have got to be able to audible out of these situations and into something that works for them. If you cannot do that, either the playbook's flawed, your quarterback's flawed, or your head coach is flawed because he's the one calling the plays.
And
One
and
of the
not
three has to happen there.
and not only that, since I'm on the subject of Christian McCaffrey, y'all do realize why he's having a lot more better success in San Francisco, right?
He just passed a 5,000 yard mark career wise.
Yes, but he doesn't have to do everything. They have a balanced offense.
He's not Superman, ladies and gentlemen. He's not Superman. You're asking these guys to be Superman, you know, in a horrible play call offense. It does not work.
I mean, plain and simple as that.
Yeah,
Carol Hope says, I've heard Blackshear has been kind of declining in practice and had brung in another running back to bring in some extra juice and punch to get the running back game going a lot quicker than it is now. We'll have to make note of
I
that.
didn't hear anything about him declining, but we did bring in the running backs. Yes,
Yeah, because
that is correct.
Blackshear is mostly special teams, and we do still have
Yeah,
Spencer Brown as well.
yeah.
So,
Spencer Brown practice squad.
but honestly, I really don't have a problem with our running back core. I don't.
Me neither.
B Ryder says, what exactly do you want Miles to do? I mean, do what Miles does. I mean, he's got to get
Yeah,
carries,
exactly.
get carries,
What
get
got
him
him
out
the Super Bowl ring?
in the receiving game. But the main thing I'm saying is he's got to get carries, just like
Yeah,
Chuba's got to get carries.
yeah.
You know, I mean,
Everybody
that's.
else has to do their part so he can do his.
I mean,
You've got to spread the ball out to everybody and make sure that everybody else's all the other working parts are working so that he can do his part and be treated as CMC, like they're doing in San Francisco.
right.
They're not giving him a ton of carries in San Francisco. Come on. It's an average level of workload because they're spreading the ball out to everybody else. They're making everybody else work too. They've got ballers. We've got ballers. We're just not using them correctly.
Yeah.
That's the problem. Who does that all cycle back to? Frank, because he refuses to give up the play calling abilities to our OC, who, by the way, is a Rams Super Bowl winner with his playbook.
Yep, this is true.
And I'll continue on with this because y'all need to know about this information right here. We just allowed Jake Lutz, who should have been on our 53-man roster before, to go to the Saints, our division rival Saints. Well, we are 0-3. Meanwhile, we're sitting here with 5 tight ends with our thumb up our butts, trying to figure out what we're even doing with our tight ends. We're not even using half of them. Half of them shouldn't even be here. Make it make sense.
Yeah, fair point.
That's another gripe I've got with Frank right now. Get it together, Frank, or you will find yourself out of Carolina very, very quickly.
Very quickly.
We're starting to really not put up with stuff like that anymore.
um,
He just went to our division rival. Unbelievable.
uh, B writer says so. It's play calling y'all are complaining about. That's a big part of it. I mean,
Oh yeah,
bro, like
that's a big part of it.
I emphasize once again. How can running backs do anything if they don't get carries? The
It's not
carries,
just play
not only that, not only
calling for
is
me. It's depth chart rotation. It's 4 or 5 things. I'm starting a laundry list with Frank, really, but those
oh
two are
for
the
real.
main red flags. His lack of challenge flag use, you know, that's a major one. You can't have that during game time. Can't have that. Show loyalty to your team. This is your team, Frank.
Not
Back
only
them up,
not only that, are we also forgetting that our offensive line
especially in game time situations where it's big.
are we also forgetting that our offensive line ain't even 100%?
Everybody's talking about, oh, the PFF grade. Oh, the PFF grade. Okay, can we back up for a second? I have never fully taken seriously the PFF grade unless I am looking at draft pick choices.
Hmm.
Okay. What I'm more concerned about is, do you have discipline?
Yeah. That's
Do you have proper footwork? Do you have proper hands? Do you, yeah. And a lot of people are going to say, oh, well, that's part of the PFF grade. Well, show me how that all works then, because for me, I'm more focused on what I see. Okay. We just had 28 penalties, guys. 28.
yeah.
28
In
in three
3
weeks.
in
It's
3 weeks.
unacceptable. Who is teaching them the footwork? Who is teaching them the hands, the techniques, all that stuff? You know, we you guys cannot act like Taylor and Icky have not done this before, because they have. They've both of them have gone through a full season now. These guys should know how to do this by now.
Well,
You got Bradley Bozeman, who's out there, who can teach them. You got Corbett, who's on the injury list, but can still teach them from the sideline. 2 Super Bowlers should be able to teach this entire offensive line even more than the offensive line coach can. And yet we're still doing this.
yeah.
Where is the discipline?
It was definitely not present in that Seattle game. Um, let's see. Oh, got some more comments. Mr. Gemini, what's up? Good to see you. Did y'all see what Cam said about the Panthers? And if so, what are your thoughts? And do y'all want to see Bryce on Sunday?
I was going to bring that up. Yep. I was going to bring that up because somebody brought that to my attention and I posted that on my wall, as a matter of fact.
Yeah, you want to go first?
Uh, yeah, I'm bringing that article up right now
Okay.
to look at it. So Cam says, and I quote, And like I said, everything that Carolina's building, they will get. Will they get to that point? Yes. I'm throwing him into the Wolves and expecting instant success. That's not the quarterback position, unfortunately. What I will say, it's going to take a season for him to kind of see the preparation, seeing the tempo of the game, seeing just in-game adjustments at its finest. And he's got a point there
Hmm.
because it does take a year to develop a rookie quarterback. You can't just throw him into the Wolves and expect them, oh, yeah, I'm Cam Newton. I'm a Super Bowler. It's like, no, stop it. This isn't Madden.
Right.
So he's got a point. Um, but that happens a lot of the times with terrible teams. And he points that out later on in this interview as well. Uh, Peyton Manning went through it. He's right. You get
Hmm.
drafted at number one, you're going to a terrible team. Uh,
I mean, Peyton
but
Manning
I
dealt with
think
it.
that yeah, and Peyton Manning had a terrible first year. But what did Peyton Manning do? He adjusted. He adjusted. Now, this isn't to say the offensive coordinator in Indianapolis was terrible. No, he was not at all.
Hmm.
He was a fair weather offensive coordinator because he's worked with some decent ones before. What
Hmm.
Peyton Manning did he said, okay, this is what worked for me in Tennessee. And you saw flashes of it during his senior year in Tennessee,
Hmm.
where he was starting to implement this system of audibles that became his career that he built himself on.
Oh yeah, the Audible King.
Yeah, and he said, okay. There was a documentary on Peyton Manning. I don't know if any of you guys have seen it, but it was really fascinating. Where he said, okay, if this receiver is in the wrong spot and it's a hospital ball, he's going to get hurt. That's why it's a hospital ball.
Right.
That's why we use that term today, you
Right.
know. And I love that term because it really does describe these high balls that you see in practices,
Hmm.
training camps, preseason, all that. Because most of the time you're leaving these wide receivers hanging out to dry in those situations. You don't want to do that. And uh, there were a number of times I saw that with a few quarterbacks that we've had, and I called it out. But notice the second year of Peyton Manning's career. Look at the numbers compared to the first year. I mean, it is disgusting. It is a 180-degree change. I mean, he became a monster overnight during that
So,
one off season. He took one off season. He said, "Okay,
well,
this is
yeah,
how we're going to change things. This is what we're going to do with the wide receivers. This is how we're going to be placing them," and it worked. It worked.
yeah,
Now I'm not saying Bryce is going to become Peyton Manning. That's not what I'm saying at all. But he's got the intelligence to do a lot of the things that Peyton was doing.
exactly. And Corey's right. His rookie year, he threw for his career high 28 interceptions, and of course they had a 3-13 record. And in his sophomore year in the NFL, 13-3, threw for 4,135 yards, 26 touchdowns, 15 interceptions. That first year, it was
Yep.
3,739 yards, 26 touchdowns, 28 interceptions. So,
To
yeah.
Cam Newton's point here, it takes a year to develop and get used to the NFL game speed, the tempo, everything. It takes a year. It takes every rookie quarterback that amount of time. And, Peyton didn't learn that overnight. But what I'm saying is either you believe in Bryce Young's intelligence or you don't. Either you believe in his skill set or you don't.
Yeah,
And what I mean by that is, okay, if you believe in Bryce Young's skill set, then why was he not opening the playbook to Bryce in the first two games?
exactly.
If you don't believe in Bryce Young's intelligence and his skill set, First of all, why did you draft him number one? Pick one. Secondly, why are you going to start him over a seasoned veteran, Andy Dalton? You know, and not open the playbook to him. I mean, it
Exactly.
just doesn't make any sense, Frank. Either you believe in this guy's intelligence or you don't. One or the other. You can't have both. This isn't Burger King. You can't have it your way.
Yeah, exactly. Um, Quick comment. Carol Hope says exactly. I think Miles is doing everything really good. It's just again, once he finds his footing, he's going to be in Pro Bowl form again like last season. Miles is a top 10 running back. He's going to turn up. Watch. Facts.
Yep.
Uh,
Yep. I've watched him during training camp. I've watched him during preseason. This dude is a baller. What do you think I have him on my fantasy team? I have him on both my fantasy teams. And one of them is a money league, by the way,
mm,
that I've won 2 rings in 4 years. So
dang.
believe me, I know what I'm doing when I draft these people. Yeah. I went
Um,
from 0-4 all the way to the championship and won it last year.
yeah.
So,
Which is very impressive, by the way. Uh,
mm-hmm.
Mr. Gemini says, Cam was also asked, do we have the weapons in order for Bryce to succeed this year? And he said no. He said it pretty fast, too. Yeah. Oh, Cam knew. Cam did not waste any time.
Do we have those weapons? Yes. I'm saying yes. I disagree with him.
Oh,
Okay,
you
let's
disagree with Cam. Okay.
yes, I do. And I'll tell you why. Number one, when we started out with this offensive line, it looked spectacular when we started out. The
Mhm.
starting five, they carried us through most of last year, right? Same set of guys,
Mhm.
until Corbett got hurt, of course. Once Corbett gets back in, it'll reinforce that line. I promise you. All right, so you got two Super Bowlers, Taylor Moton, who is overhyped, admittedly. You've got Brady Christensen, who's solid. You've got Icky, who was playing really, really well in his rookie year. Now, second year jitters.
Yeah.
If he can get that straightened out, he's solid too. That's a solid starting five. But we got depth behind it. We got Cade Mays. We've got who was the other one?
Zavala,
Um, well,
Chandler.
Zaval is the rookie. Yeah, yeah. I mean, we've got solid guys. What's the problem here? We go to the wide receivers. We've got um, now. Keep in mind, these were the number one receivers for their respective teams before they came here, and they came here. Make no mistake about it. We didn't push for them. They came here. They wanted what we had once they saw what we were starting to build with Miles Sanders and the whole offensive line. They saw we needed weapons. We knew we were going to go and get a quarterback with number one pick. They knew what we were going to do, and they chose to come here.
And not to
That's no
mention,
small feat.
we have to remember
It,
DJ Chark has a history against us dating all the way back to when he used to play for the Jaguars.
exactly. And these guys were making baller money where they were. They gave that up to come here. Think about that for just a moment.
Mhm.
DJ Chark was a monster in Detroit. Thielen was a monster in Minnesota. Go look up their numbers. TMJ, we've been developing to be a number one. Mingo, we drafted via Steve Smith,
Mhm.
and he's put up the numbers. LaVisca Chenault, we got from the Jaguars, who was fresh off his time with Trevor Lawrence down there. So don't tell me we don't have weapons. Let's go to tight end. We've got Hurst, Hayden Hurst.
Well,
Come on,
we
man.
got five
Who
tight
doesn't love
ends.
Hayden Hurst?
We do have five tight ends. So
Now, admittedly, we do need to work on Ian Thomas. We do need to work on Tommy Tremble, and down the list. But who doesn't love Hayden Hurst, man? Come on,
hmm.
we'll be fine.
uh Mr. Gemini said Tepper wanted Bryce. Um,
Yeah, I think a lot of people did.
and to answer your question, Mr. Gemini said because he said, "Do y'all want to see Bryce on Sunday?" I mean, I think we're gonna get it. I think we're gonna get it. Um, Carol Hope says, "Big question,
Yeah,
y'all."
and to finish my point, Miles Sanders come from Super Bowl Eagles. Come on, and
Oh
Chuba
yeah,
just put up 12th ranked numbers back in 2021. What more do you want? We have weapons. I disagree with Cam on that one completely. We just
gotcha.
don't know how to use them correctly. That's our problem.
Carol Hope says, "Big question, y'all. If and just saying if the inevitable does happen with our record by the bye, do y'all think it's in the realm of possibility that Frank Wright will be fired? Pray it don't, but to be honest with you,
I
Carol,
hope so.
if our
I
record is, especially if we can't get a
hope
win,
so. But
don't be,
knowing Tepper's patience level with Matt Rule previously, I can't guarantee
yeah,
it.
don't be surprised if they pull the trigger.
I would love to see it happen though, if that happens. Because I mean, at this point, Panthers fans are just irate. There's no way we suffer through another one of these seasons without something happening.
Cause
Somebody's
yeah,
got to take the fall.
Because I think a big thing is if Tepper continues to allow loss after loss after loss, after saying in the beginning he won't settle for mediocrity, then he's not really walking and practicing what he preaches. So,
And let's not forget that statement that he said came from me because I was the first one to talk about, I'm tired of watching us go through mediocrity.
right.
I'm sick of it. You know, and 10%. You know what? I like that. I'm going to use that. You know, and I'm not looking for credit for that, but at the same time, like, really, practice what you preach, bro. And guess what? When we go to 0-6, 0-9, guess who's going to become the scapegoat? The offensive coordinator who has done nothing because you haven't given him the duties. You haven't passed on the responsibilities to him. So he becomes the scapegoat. So he gets fired for no reason at all.
Yeah,
He's a
that's
glorified cowboy at this point. What is he actually doing?
yeah, that's what typically happens when you think
That
about it.
is going to make me go off. I'm telling you. I am telling you, I will defend that man until next year. I'll go on rants until next year about that. That is ridiculous. And I can
Um,
see it coming from a mile away. I don't need a crystal ball for that.
Speaking of Detroit, they are destroying the Packers right now, 24-3.
Yeah, Detroit's for real. I mean, at first you're like, well, the first game might have been a fluke. And then you started watching the second game, and you think, okay, yeah, Detroit may or may not be for real. And now you're watching them destroy the Packers, and you're like, yep, they're for real.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Yep, Stafford is for real. He's been for real since the beginning. And there's a lot going on in Detroit as far as like building around him and the weaponry there. But I think Detroit's going to be all right.
And Ben
They're
John
going to be in line to take that division, I think.
and Ben Johnson's been doing a good job with that team.
Yeah. It's going to be between them and the Vikings for the division lead at the end, I believe.
Hmm. Okay,
Packers might make a run, though. We'll see.
so we've talked a good bit about the offensive side. Let's do the defensive statistical comparisons.
Yep.
Okay, this is where it gets interesting. Total yards allowed per game. Carolina ranked 13th. Minnesota ranked 27th.
Nice.
Uh, rushing
They would
yards.
be ranked higher if our offense had been doing their job.
Yeah,
and they weren't tired in the fourth quarter.
exactly. Rushing yards per game allowed.
This
Carolina,
is where we get into trouble.
right. Carolina is tied for 27th. Minnesota is ranked 19th.
Ouch.
Yeah. We we
Ouch.
we haven't been we haven't been doing too well stopping the run.
No. And that carried over since last year. I don't know what's going on there to where we're not solving that problem, but for some reason it's still going. Um, Part of that reason I think is that because we're not getting off our blocks, we're not closing up the gaps. And I mean, mostly it's been towards the middle. That's what I've noticed because you've seen
Mm,
quarterback runs, you've seen draw plays, you've seen ISOs where they get like 5 or 6 yards a carry and they just wear us down, wear us down, wear us down right up the middle. And it's just been frustrating. We can't seem to shut it down. They break tackles. So tackling is another issue too. And we just can't seem to put a plug in the boat,
yeah.
so to speak.
Quick comment. Carol Hope says, "Remember y'all what happened to Nick Saban his first year when he was in Miami over a decade ago?" Just saying. Well, to be fair, that was his
Mm,
first head coaching job in the NFL.
right,
This isn't Frank Wright's first head coaching
right.
job in the NFL. So I don't know if that's a
Yeah.
fair comparison. I'm just saying.
The NFL is totally different from college level
Yeah.
on every level.
Um, Mr.
Let's
Gemini
compare apples to oranges.
Mr. Gemini says, "I want Bryce to come out and just ball out and prove everybody wrong." That's what we're hoping for.
Yeah.
But they
I
have to
want
they have to set him up to be able to do that though.
that playbook opened up for him.
Yeah, exactly. They need to set him up for
Mm-hmm.
success. Okay. Rushing yards per attempt allowed. Carolina ranked 22nd, Minnesota ranked 12th.
Okay, so that basically means that they're pushing and pushing and pushing and winning the battle on the trenches. They're winning the strength battle.
Yeah. Now,
They're
this
not just winning the gap battle, they're winning the strength battle.
yeah, exactly. Now this next stat, take note of. Passing net yards per game allowed. Carolina ranked ninth. Minnesota tied for 25th.
But all our quarters are terrible. But all our quarters are terrible. Oh, Dante Jackson's so bad. Then why are we ranked ninth against? Oh wait, Michael Thomas with the Saints. The Falcons made wide receivers, and the Seattle made wide receivers, and we're still ranked ninth, even with J.C. Horn hurt. Oh, I'm sorry. What? What was that?
Yeah,
Come on, guys.
that's a fair
Come
point.
on,
That is a
guys.
fair point. Carol Hope says, "I love Frank Reich. Honestly, I believe in him. I can guarantee his second year is going to be his year, and wouldn't be surprised if he brings in his true coaching guys in there." Wait, he didn't bring in his true coaching guys
True
this year?
coaching guys?
But what about the all-star coaching staff that was brought in for this season though?
Right.
And that's why a
Okay.
lot of us are so shocked.
What about Frank makes you believe in him as much as you do? That's my question.
Yeah,
What
that's a
what
fair question. That's a fair question. Fayette Nam joined the stream. What's up, Fayette Nam? Good to see you.
what's up,
Welcome.
Vietnam? How you doing, man?
But I guess the question is, who are his true coaching guys? Because I was under the impression that
Mm-hmm.
the coaching staff that we brought in were pretty elite. Big,
Yeah.
a number of big
Mm-hmm.
names. So I mean, I don't know.
Definitely relief, I guess.
I like I said, I get it. It's his first time coaching
Mm,
the Panthers, and I know he's got a lot of history, especially as a player. But I mean, he's still got to get the job done as a
yeah,
coach. I mean, that's what we're paying
yeah.
him for, and it's just it would be unfortunate for him to stink it up and get fired. But I mean, you know,
We're tired of the mediocrity here in Carolina. It's
yeah.
time. We just spent $70 million on this roster. Second best roster we've ever had in Panthers history, by the way, in my opinion.
Hmm.
And we can't do a thing with it. Excuse me. Somebody's got to get fired. I'm sorry. Somebody's got to go for this.
Yeah.
I
Um,
do not find that acceptable.
but with
If we
the
hadn't spent all that money and done all that stuff, then I would be like, it's just the typical Panthers as usual.
mhm.
Yeah. Run of the mill Panthers. What's new? What's new, Scooby Doo? Right? But we just spent $70 million. We packed out this coaching staff, and we still can't win. Somebody's got to go. I'm sorry. I cannot tolerate that as a fan. I cannot. That's what makes it hurt so much worse, y'all. God,
um
it hurt.
um let's see. Uh, Carol says that was just off the fly. He didn't really have a true off season to think of. He wanted he was hired in January. Here's the thing though,
What would he
Carol.
have done with a true offseason, though?
Here's the thing though, Carol. The combined coaching staff has what? 11 Super Bowls? There's that's really not an
Right.
excuse. There's no
Just let them
excuse.
do their job. Just let them do
Like
their job.
we don't have just a low class coaching staff. Like
Yeah.
I just I get you. I
Literally
feel
just has to sit there and look nice for the cameras while we win.
yeah. I mean, I
That's all
get
he's got to do.
I get where you're coming from, but what coaches we have on this coaching staff is there's really no excuse.
None. None whatsoever. And the wrong ones will be fired every time because we make stupid decisions in Carolina.
Um and Vietnam said it best. He says, "I thought that having an offensive-minded head coach would mean a high-flying offense and attacking the end zone. Boy, was I wrong." I mean, I understand, we saw more points in the Seattle game, but you know,
What
we
if
st-
we let Thomas Brown take over the playbook? Then what would you say? If he managed to do that
yeah, I think there's still
with Bryce Young.
a lot of adjustments that have to be made in the play calling, and we
Mhm.
gotta be more aggressive. I still don't think we're aggressive enough.
I
I don't.
think Andy Dalton under dealing with a decent ranked defense would still put up 230 to 250 yards. That's what everybody else is throwing right now. You
Hmm.
got to consider that. That's the average right now in the league. Besides your Super Bowl ballers, like Patrick Mahomes. Of course, they're
Right.
going to rack up 300 some yards in video game numbers, but still, the average quarterbacks out there are running about 230 to 250 yards, per game. So to me, like that shows me we can open up the playbook, but why aren't we? We have
Yeah.
a playbook because we just showed it
Yeah. Um. Let's
with Andy
see.
Dalton. Is it because Andy has more experience? Come on, that's not an excuse. If he's smart, let him test it.
Yeah. I mean, they're gonna have to. Here's my thing with Bryce. We all know he's a rookie, but my thing is let him unleash. I mean, he's going to make his successes. He's going to make his mistakes.
Yeah,
Like you're gonna have to break him in at some point.
right. Either you believe in his intelligence or you don't.
Um,
Point
let's
blank.
see. Mr. Gemini says if we lose Sunday, then someone's got to get fired, and I agree. No excuse on the coaching staff.
Yep.
Um,
I say leave Ajaro and leave Campen alone right now.
mm,
Those two are doing their jobs, and the OC because he hasn't even touched the playbook yet.
mhm. Vietnam says Scott Fitterer needs to be fired because he's the reason our roster is in such bad shape.
Oh,
Out of his 2 to 7 round picks,
whoa.
only Chen is
Okay,
the only one
okay.
who
We just
actually
spent
produces.
$70 million on a Super Bowl Pro Bowl roster, and you're going to really? This is ridiculous.
Hold on. Says out of his 2 to 7 round picks, only Chen is the only one who actually produces. All the others are busts.
Okay, so we're counting out Mingo.
So let me see.
He had a solid last year. Brady Christensen was solid. You didn't complain about him last year. Come on, guys. Don't blame Scott Fitterer for this. He gave you all the tools in the shed for a guy that says he's an expert mechanic, as a head coach right now. And he can't do crap. You give him a Camaro, a brand new Bryce Young Camaro, and he can't do anything with it. All these weapons, and he does
So
nothing with it. Please
so
tell me how that's Scott's fault.
so if
And
we
also, why is our defense ranked up in the top 15?
so
Those were Scott's picks, no? Come
so
on.
so let's see. So Scott Fitterer came in 2021. 2021. Um Looking at the draft picks, I mean, Phil Hoskins, yeah. Thomas Fletcher, yeah. Shy
Okay.
Smith, yeah, which I believe he got picked up by the Titans, I believe. Um, Deontay
Yes, he
Brown,
did. Mm-hmm.
Deontay Brown, I don't feel like he's gotten enough of a chance. Keith
Right.
Taylor, yeah.
Keith Taylor was
Uh,
the bust. Yeah.
Davion Nixon, yeah.
Yeah.
Chuba Hubbard, no. Um,
Correct.
Tommy Tremble, uh,
Fair weather. Give him time.
yeah. Brady Christensen, no. Um,
Right.
Terrace Marshall Jr., I have
I'm
hope.
gonna say no.
I have hope.
I'm gonna say
Um,
no. I think he's solid.
J.C. Horn, that's pretty arguable. I mean, I could see why folks would pick him to be a
Because of the
bust.
injuries or because of his talent in the field?
Yeah, has the talent, but has had the injury woes. So it's
I
kind of a
mean, that's a
tough one.
lot of players out there, though.
Um, Kalen Barnes, well, he's not on the team anymore, so yeah. Uh,
Barnes,
Cade Mays, still too early.
right,
Amari Barno, still too early.
right.
Brandon Smith, well, he's not on the team. I had hope, but he's not on the
He was
team.
a good run stopper. I thought no
Matt Corral, I
on that. I
still
thought he
th-
was okay.
I still think it's too early on Matt Corral. Um,
Yeah,
Ike Ekwonu had a great rookie season. He is kind of struggling some in the sophomore season, so
yeah.
we'll see what
Give
he.
him time to iron things out. I think.
Yeah. Jamie Robinson, don't know yet. Uh,
Same thing with Zavala.
uh,
Let him
Chan-
iron it out.
Chandler Savala, still too early.
Yeah.
DJ Johnson, um, we don't even know.
Okay, that's another one. Why has DJ Johnson not seen the field? People have brought that up. It's
Yeah,
because somebody said that we had a log jam of linebackers,
yeah.
and he never saw the field.
Oh no, Vietnam. I'm going through each of the picks. I'm going through all of the
Yeah,
picks. That
all of the picks,
Yeah, I'm going
bro.
through all of the
All
picks.
of them.
Um,
We're not singling out any.
and let's see, Jonathan Mingo, which it's still early, and Bryce Young, still early.
Yeah.
Um, Vietnam, you mentioned you mentioned Jeremy Chin, but you got to remember Jeremy Chin was before Scott Fitterer. Jeremy
Yeah.
Chin was before Scott
And
Fitterer.
let's also remember the fact that Scott is easily manipulated because
Oh
half of
yeah,
those
good
picks
point.
during the Matt Rule era were Matt Rule's picks. Period. Point blank, they were his picks. DJ Johnson was a Jarro's pick. Mingo was Steve Smith's pick. You know, so let's keep that in perspective here. Not
Um,
all of these picks were Scott Fitterer's picks, but he was manipulated into them.
um, let's see. Carol says, I think Thomas Brown should definitely take over. We aren't aggressive. Look at Miami's playbook. Their playbook is the most absolute exotic that I've ever seen in many years. Um,
That was wild.
yeah, that,
I've
whew,
never seen anything like that.
indeed. Um, Vietnam says if Thomas Brown takes over and it doesn't work, then I'd say we need better drafting and money management for free agents to build properly. Um,
No, we need to fire Frank and we need to fire the offensive coordinator because
um,
that playbook is clearly not working.
Uh, let's see. Yes, Mingo hasn't done nothing. Either has DJ Johnson. Well, DJ Johnson can't get on the field for some reason. Um,
Right.
and Mingo, well, he's in concussion protocol, but he's limited currently. Uh, Vietnam says wasted draft picks and bum trades had us feeling the pain right now, but be in denial, Corey. Um,
That's
I
that's not wasted picks, bro.
like
We
I
needed those at those specific positions to fill a need at the
so
time that we got them.
But the thing was, Vietnam is focusing on the later round picks, which I do agree. Some of them we could have picked better. I do definitely agree, Vietnam. Some of those picks we could have done better. And
Yeah,
the trades. Look, the only thing I can say is this. At one point those trades looked pretty decent. And the thing is,
they were fair
like,
value, and at the time that we needed them.
yeah. And not only that, and like I can't stress this enough. I understand a lot of people hated moving up number one to draft Bryce. I get it. But here's the thing. I am a I'm a sole believer that it was either going to be something like that or we would have to deal with Sam Darnold once again and he stinks it up and then we're back to
Right,
square one.
right.
So really,
What quarterbacks would have been available at that point? Because two or three of them would have been gone, and we would have been stuck with whoever's left.
yeah. And uh
That's
so
if you wanted to deviate away from Sam Darnold, which we did.
so yeah. So my thing is pick your poison. Pick
Yeah.
your poison. Um and so many people wanted us to get Justin Fields, but he's been stinking it up. So
What has Justin Fields actually been doing in Chicago right now? If this dude was any decent quarterback at all, he would have the Bears in the playoffs at least once in those 3 years that he's been in the league.
actually, Vietnam, I'm curious. How do you feel about Justin Fields? I don't think I've ever asked you. How do you feel about Justin Fields? Um, let's see. Mr. Gemini says, I remember in the off season people were saying we have a good roster. Um, which on
We
paper
did.
we do. Is just like I said, executing. There's a lot of factors. We can't look at one sole factor. There's a lot of factors that are playing into this. And I know
Right.
picks, like Vietnam said, we don't have a first round pick. I mean, we definitely could have done, better in some of those aspects. Um, Carol says DJ Johnson hasn't seen the field because he's been trashed to even see the field.
How do you
Ajaro
know that?
likes
You haven't
Ajaro
been at the
likes him.
Panthers practices. How do you know that?
I mean, Ajaro likes him. I mean, I don't know what's going on with that.
And so far, Ajaro's been doing well, so I trust him.
Um, let's see.
I haven't found any reason not to.
Vietnam says if the draft picks do not contribute to the team, then I'm saying that they're busts. Oh, what's up, Lock Poppy? Lock Poppy says what's up.
What's up, Block
Um,
Bop? What are you doing, man?
we traded
Uh,
for Sam Baker and Corral, which I understand. You know, trading for Sam and Baker, that didn't work out so well. That didn't work
true,
out so well.
true.
Um, Carol says, do y'all think we should possibly at least entertain Jonathan Taylor? No. What do you think?
No,
Um, Vietnam makes a good point. We traded up for a long snapper. That is true. That is true. um,
yeah, I don't know why we did that.
um, he also says at the time I thought we should have picked Justin Fields, but now I think we should have drafted Parsons. Okay, that's fair. That's fair.
That's fair.
That's fair.
That's a fair take. hmm
That's fair.
Justin Fields is the definition of a bust. If
Yeah.
you want to get right down to it, he is the definition of a bust. How many times did DJ get thrown to in the last game?
I think he got targeted 3 or 4 times, maybe, but barely. I mean, he did get one touchdown, but I think it was a garbage touchdown.
Yeah,
But it doesn't seem like DJ
I
Moore
mean,
is really liking it over there.
he's already voiced his displeasure, and it's not even week 3. It's not even week. It's not even the start of week 4 yet. He's already voiced his displeasure, guys. He doesn't want to work with that. Like at the end of the day, DJ is going to be DJ. He's still going
Yeah,
to get the yards after the catch. That's just DJ. That's who he is.
yeah, he's known
But he
for yeah,
can't get any more than that if he's not thrown to. You have one of the best wide receivers in the NFL sitting right there, and you're not even throwing to him. What more do you want?
and to your point, Vietnam, because I know you mentioned Chin. Honestly, I'm not sure if I don't know if the nickel is his spot. But didn't he play nickel his rookie? No, 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 no. He played mainly like type of linebacker slash nickel his rookie year. I think it was
Uh, not sure.
because we really haven't seen much of Chin lighten it up this season.
Uh,
It's kind of a bummer because I like Jeremy Chin.
when you when you put him mostly into coverage, he's not going to do as well as when he was a strong safety.
Yeah. Um.
That
Fat.
was his natural position back there, and he was lighting it up in his natural position. When you take a man out of his element, he's not going to do as well.
Yeah.
And that was my concern when we started shifting people around in positions wise. Remember, I voiced that, guys.
Vietnam says, think about all of those picks that we traded away, and then y'all see why we have no depth. I mean, which is it is a fair argument. I do see the point
Yeah,
he's making.
yeah.
Um,
You could
Carol's
go depth with those picks. Yeah.
Carol Hope says Fields, I think, is just not NFL ready. Some quarterbacks come out of college guns blazing, but cannot adapt to the NFL game. Look at Jimmy Clausen, Chris Winkie, Mark Sanchez, Zach Wilson. It's his third year.
Fair take.
But
Fair take.
but it's his third year though.
Fair take. If you haven't adapted by now, you're going to end up a backup very, very soon.
And you have to also keep in mind
Very, very soon.
NFL analysts were already at the beginning of this season talking about the idea of Justin Fields as an MVP candidate. Let's also keep that in mind. Let's keep that in mind.
Oh, MVP candidate. I can't.
I'm just saying.
I
I'm just
can't
saying.
with these NFL analysts, man.
And
This is
he's
why you don't listen to these people.
and he's in his third year. He's in his third year. So I mean,
These people get paid millions of bucks and they don't know what they're talking about half the time.
if you ask me,
Goodness.
I don't think
MVP.
that franchise did enough of a job in setting up that O line to protect Justin Fields. I think that's one
That's
big
fair.
issue. I think that's one big issue they have in Chicago. They don't have a
Yep.
line.
Yep. That GM just refuses to give him a line.
Shoot. I mean, I won't say that. I can't say that he hasn't had any weapons. I don't think Justin has had a line.
Right. Mm-hmm. Oh, he's had weapons up there.
I mean, shoot, he got sacked 9 times in one game.
It's a muddle of Atlanta. It really is. It's a mirror image of Atlanta because Atlanta's the same way. Arthur Blank has just been roaming those sidelines, just like, why aren't we winning? Why aren't we winning? Look at your GM, bro. Your GM refuses to give you an offensive line. Your GM refuses to do anything that is helpful to your quarterback at all, and you wonder why you're not succeeding.
Yeah. Vietnam says, I just want a hard reset. Ooh, if only if only that was possible right now.
Oh my god! So you want to flush $70 million down the drain, basically, and you're eventually gonna have to pay that money to these players anyway.
Yeah, that is true. That's
That's coming through the pipeline, folks. You can't ignore it.
yeah.
3 or 4 years later, we're gonna have to pay a bunch of money. That's why we better get results now with
Yeah.
that money.
Uh
There's no excuse.
Mr. Gemini says if Bryce was in his third year and people say he's not ready, then people would call him a bust. Well, I mean,
Uh, there's a difference between Justin Fields and Bryce in those situations. Justin Fields has had 3 years and he's still not done anything with the Bears, anything at all. Like you could go and look at the Bears numbers right now for all 3 years, and they are just pure trash. Bryce Young will eventually get better over time, but you've got to give him a playbook. You've got to open the playbook to him.
right,
You've got weapons for him. There's a lot of big differences
right, right.
between these two. So
Um,
no, it would not be fair to call him a bust
lot.
after 3 years of non-success because one, that's how Carolina football has always been. Two, let's be fair. Two, you got all those weapons, you got a protection for him. Justin Fields does not have that. Come on,
Yeah,
give him a chance.
he's
He will have
drastically
better numbers.
he's
I promise.
drastically in need of an offensive line. Like, no kidding. Uh, Lock Poppy says we can't really reset having no first round pick next year. That is true.
Facts.
Uh,
No matter what record we get, we're still without a first round pick.
yeah. Vietnam says
Do we
flush
have a
seven.
second round pick?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yep.
Vietnam says flush 70 mil. Yeah, that's how much was spent on this roster.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Um,
Plus a little bit more, probably. Plus or minus.
and he says, nah, but I would start trading non-essential players. Now, see, that's the thing, Vietnam. Who exactly? Because I mean, right now,
Yep. Yep.
the best, probably top player that would maybe have the most attraction from other teams is
Brian
Brian
Burns.
Burns. And my thing is, I'm telling y'all, if we let Brian Burns go, it's going to instantly hurt our pass rush. Instantly. Instantly.
And when we play him again, he's going to come after us with a fiery fury.
Yeah.
Let's not forget that too. He'll get about 3 sacks on us that game.
So I honestly
No
I
matter what our offensive line looks like.
I can understand the benefit at one point, especially when we were offered 2 first-round picks. But my thing is, we let Burns go. Whew, we ain't gonna have a pass rush.
Twice.
Yeah. Um.
Twice we were offered that at trade time, trade deadline time.
Yeah. Mr. Gemini says, maybe that's why they haven't paid Burns because we spent 70 mil. Dang.
Ouch.
Uh. Um. Hey, Kevin
Be
McFarland
all
joined.
right with it.
Kevin McFarland joined the stream. What's up? He says,
Going on,
"Hello.
man.
Our best receiver right now is Adam Thielen. I think he's going to have a huge game against his former team, the Vikings. We just need to win this game." He also says the Vikings always seems to win against us and we lose in the most impossible ways. Remember the last 3 years? Yeah, we haven't beaten the Vikings
Yeah,
since Cam Newton.
yeah. But remember who was coach at the time that we lost to the Vikings last year?
That is true. That is true. Joe Valesco, welcome to the stream. He says, "Is Andy Dalton starting again?" We think it's going to be Bryce. We think.
I'm hoping it's Andy though, because Andy would give us a chance right now. Since you're not going to open the playbook to Bryce, obviously. Come on.
Yeah.
And Andy would throw for like 250 yards, which is what everybody else is averaging. Throw him in there. Can't hurt at this point. We need a win. I'll take
Yeah.
whatever we can get.
In all honesty, I mean, I understand Bryce says he feels good and all that, but
Yeah.
we
Precaution.
have to look at what's going to put us in the best position to win. Not look good and lose, but to win.
Not to mention precaution for keeping Bryce for the longevity.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Um
It would be nice to have him for a little longer, extend his career.
Kevin says Bryce Young looks nervous at the podium. I think he needs to learn behind Andy Dalton in my opinion. Yeah. Yeah. In all honesty, that is looking like maybe the best way to go. Um, the last couple of defensive statistical comparisons, sacks, sacks per game. Carolina tied for 7th. Minnesota tied for 21st. Uh, Takeaways. We are actually tied for 22nd with Minnesota. Now here's the kicker, y'all. Third down efficiency. Carolina, we are tied for 5th. Minnesota, 19th. And
Fifth. Huh.
yeah, we've done pretty well on third downs on defense.
Yeah. Yeah. I could
Um,
see it.
yeah, especially tied for being in the top 5 and third down efficiency on defense. Yeah, that's a big deal. Um,
I see it. Mm-hmm.
and then points
We've had a
allowed.
critical playmaker make a play.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
then points allowed per game. Carolina 25th, Minnesota 26th.
Oh. Um. So what you're saying is this is going to be a high scoring game. Yeah,
It
I'd go ahead and throw Andy in there.
yeah, yeah, most definitely. Um,
If that's anything like the last game, then throw Andy in there. It'll be at least very very close. So it'll come down to field goals, which Eddie Pinero is the advantage.
yeah, indeed. Um, let's see. Carol says, "Y'all remember that heartbreaking loss at Minnesota last year when we came back and tied that game up in the last second to lose in overtime? That game still stings. Remember watching it?" Oh
Oh,
yeah,
you know
yeah,
exactly who is the person that we blame it on too. Y'all know it's your boy Scott Taylor.
uh, Yeah.
It's your boy Scott Chandler. That game should have never went to overtime in the first place.
Yeah, seriously. Seriously. Um
Don't bring up those heartbreaks, man. Don't bring that up.
Mr. Gemini says, when it comes to Bryce's injury, they never told us what ankle it was until a couple of days ago, and I never saw him limping.
Ooh, good point. Good
Yeah,
point. If
fair
you
point.
look back to the game tape, though, it might have been that left one. I'd have to see the actual play that people were saying that it supposedly happened on.
Hmm.
But my guess is left based on that play. I've seen it. Um, I don't know. It was during the Saints game, right?
Uh, yeah, Saints game.
Yeah, I was there. I was in the stadium for that. They never did show that on the big screen. They were focused on the other playmakers.
Right.
That's one of those I would have liked to go back and look at the film study on it. And if you're interested in the film study, Cody from the C3 actually did a film study stream uh, earlier this week. So go check that out on the C3 podcast.
Gotcha.
I was watching that. That was really fascinating. I wanted another look at some of those plays, and it was really eye opening.
Um, let's see.
It was because I was up there in the grandstands. I couldn't see anything. I was watching the big screen. Just to hope that I would see certain things, but
Hmm.
I wanted a closer look, like you see on Sundays. With the camera angles they use.
Let's see. Kevin says Bryce Young is not even passing like a normal quarterback in terms of numbers. Dalton is like a 300 yards, 25 to 40 attempts, or 25 out of 40 and two touchdown game. Remember, Dalton has had like 250 career touchdowns.
Yeah, how
Obviously,
many passing attempts did Andy Dalton have during that Seattle game? By the way, I
uh,
was curious about that because that
58,
was fascinating.
58.
58?
Yeah, he was 34, 58, 361.
58?
Yeah,
Seattle allowed this man to throw the ball 58 times.
yes, they did. And
You're
he didn't and
joking.
he didn't throw a single interception.
Yeah, because their secondary is awful.
Yeah,
I think it's an average level secondary. There's a pick, at least one.
yeah. um,
At least one, man. These guys film study this dude, man.
yeah, seriously. Um, Kevin says obviously Bryce is a rookie, but he needs to correct parts around him. Facts, facts.
Yeah.
David Screws, good to see you. Welcome to the stream.
What's up, David?
He says what's up. Um, Joe Valesco says if Andy Dalton starts, I think we will win. If Bryce Young starts, I think we lose. Interesting. Okay.
Interesting.
Um,
Fair.
David says off topic. I'm going on a rampage installing gig apps. Oh, interesting.
Okay.
Um, Kevin says Kirk Cousins and Andy Dalton are similar skill players too. They are ready. Um, are they similar in age? I think Kurt is a little. Yeah, he's a little younger, but I kind of see what he
Possibly.
means. I kind of see what he means.
Yeah. Yeah.
Um, David actually disagrees. He says Bryce needs to be in there with a full playbook. He hasn't had that opportunity.
Okay, that's a fair take as well.
Okay.
I mean, if you give Bryce a full playbook, I think he would do really well as well. And set him free. You know, let him do his thing.
Yeah.
That needs to be Thomas Brown's responsibility. Give him the playbook. Let him open it up. Let him do his thing, and we'll see what we actually got out of this number one pick. You know what I mean? And
Yeah.
we don't have to guess anymore.
Yeah. Exactly. Um, Mr. Gemini says, and if Bryce plays bad, if he plays and he plays bad, and they put Dalton in, it's not going to look good. Which that's a fair point.
Bro. True,
That's a fair
true.
point.
That's another quarterback experiment that we failed on. At that point. But
Yeah.
it's too early. It's too early. You can't compare apples to oranges until you've given Bryce the full tool belt
Yeah.
to work with.
And to be fair, he's only played 2 games, 2 regular season
Yeah,
games. So, um, Vietnam says, "Well, I hope that TMJ has more than one catch out of 29 routes that he runs. Kerry Colbert was better. To be fair, he had 5 catches in that Seattle game. He had five
yeah,
catches, targeted
yeah.
8 times, and he had 5 catches. So
Yep. Let that man cook. Let him cook.
he needs more targets, but he had
Yeah.
5 catches. So that's a
Let him
start.
cook, man.
um, David says, "Well, Bryce didn't have a full playbook and was on a leash. Unfair in my book. Bryce
Yeah.
Bryce is
Mm-hmm.
supposed to be our future. Do the man right, Frank. Of course, he isn't gonna do good if he's on a leash. I want Bryce and Sunday off the leash."
Facts. Facts. Frank, we're looking at you, bro. All you got to do is transfer that playbook over to Thomas Brown. That's all you got to do, bro.
Yeah.
Just
Um,
let the man do his job.
and Mr. Gemini said it was the right ankle. The right ankle.
Oh, okay. Okay. Fair enough.
Um, Carol says, "Do y'all see
Yeah, I
any?"
couldn't tell.
Yeah, I couldn't either, actually. Carol says, "Do y'all see any midseason trades happening before or after the bye?"
For us, I don't see it.
Maybe.
For
Maybe.
now, I don't see it. Um,
I'm
and
gonna say maybe.
to be fair, at one point, people were talking about trading YGM. Okay,
This is true.
but yet YGM comes in during the Seattle game and records like big plays, big stops, big pressures. And I mean, everybody's just like, where has this been? YGM's been sitting on our roster for how long now? And now he's unleashing.
Yep.
That's that's absolutely crazy to me. Oh, but YGM's supposed to be a bust. YGM's supposed to be garbage. Why isn't he garbage?
Mm.
Surprise.
Um, Lock Poppy says,
Adro knows how to work with these players.
"Yeah, that is true." Um, Bryce, Lock Poppy says Bryce likes his fast weapons like Chark. Why was Chark Bryce's #1 option in camp? Because he's fast.
That's correct. He's also a deep threat too.
Yep, which he
Very much a
definitely
deep threat.
showed that in the Seattle game. Ooh, a good question from Joe Valesco. If Andy Dalton start and we win, do we keep rolling with him? If we do, when do we say put Bryce back to starter?
Yes. Keep the hot hand in. Whatever's working, keep it working.
Um, let's see. Mr. Gemini says, "Open the playbook. What else do you have to lose except your job?" Fair enough.
Facts. And Frank, you're not far from it, buddy.
Um, David says, "I'm scared if we put Bryce on the bench too long, it will ruin him and he will lose his confidence." Hope that makes sense. Yeah, totally understandable.
But at the same time, a lot of rookie quarterbacks do get benched, for most of the year to learn under a veteran quarterback. So not necessarily.
Yeah. Let's see. Oh, Vietnam says, "How many yards did he have? Over 100, over 200, like Tyreek Hill? I want a real wide receiver like that, not some 45-yard, 53-yard, and an average 4.5 receiver like TMJ." Correction.
Again, open the playbook.
Hold up. He averaged 7.0. First of all, it was 7.0. And secondly, I mean, he's got to get targeted more. I mean, he was only targeted 8 times, and Andy spread the ball out. Nah, he, of course he didn't have 100 yards. I mean, it's kind of hard to get close to that when you don't get targeted as much as others. I mean, Thielen,
Right.
Thielen was the lead receiver,
He
out of
spread that
everybody
ball out
else.
pretty well.
And, a lot of the time, like I said, TMJ is playing with a chip on his shoulder because
Yep.
he started off injured. He has an injury history, but
Yep.
the man has showed flashes. He just needs opportunities. He needs
Right.
opportunities. You cannot perform if you don't get the opportunities.
Facts.
You cannot perform unless you get the opportunities.
Open the playbook. That's all I'm gonna say. Open the playbook because you cannot get any numbers if you do not open the playbook. Frank, it's as simple as that. It really is.
Um David says my point is if I was Bryce, I'd be upset. They opened up the playbook for Andy and not me. That's my point. All the other rookies
Correct.
aren't held back this year at quarterback.
That's
Um
a fact. Look at CJ Stroud. He's right.
um Carol says I think maybe we I think maybe just coming to think about it, we should have eased Bryce into the system slowly, like last when Tom Brady was back up in New England and looked how he turned out. Or when Aaron Rodgers backed up Brett Favre for so long, and we all saw how that turned out.
Yeah.
Um,
Solid argument.
Vietnam says 7.0 is not good, bro. It is when you're only getting targeted so many times. I'm just saying,
Yeah.
bro.
Yeah.
Like you have to get the targets in order to have a chance.
Go
And
through the numbers on that. Go through the numbers on that so we can kind of explain that to him.
on his career or just
So he can get a deeper idea of who got targeted and where,
in
you
in
know?
the in the last game.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So
Because I think that's what he's referring to, right?
that was one of the things. So Thielen got targeted 14 times, Chark 11,
Yep.
Miles Sanders 9,
Yep.
Terrace Marshall 8, uh,
There you go.
Mingo 6, uh, Trimble once, Hayden Hurst 3 times, Thomas once, Chuba 3 times, one for Lavisca.
See, there you go. He spread the ball out. So it's not like he's not getting any more receiving chances than anybody else versus a 29th ranked defense. Plus, those numbers are overinflated anyway. Because if you play a mid level defense, those numbers will go way down, and so will the targets.
Um, let's see. Yeah, yeah, good point. Mr. Gemini says, is Corbett playing? Nah, he's still on
Oh,
IR. He's still on IR. But I think probably he may have a chance to be back before the bye. Um,
I hope so. We need him.
Vietnam says, well, can we have someone who can make some wow plays, bring some excitement to the game? I mean, there were a few in the Seattle game.
Clark can do that for you. Um,
Chark, Thielen.
yeah,
We saw some flashes. Do we
yeah,
need to see more? Absolutely,
yeah.
absolutely.
But you can only
Um,
do that when you open up the playbook.
yeah, exactly. Um, Joe Valesco says, I want 2 players for the Panthers to trade for. One, Chandler Jones, and two, J.C. Jackson. Ooh, good luck pulling that off.
Oof.
Yeah, good
You
good
said
luck
Chandler
pulling that off.
Jones? Really?
Yeah, Chandler Jones. and J.C. Jackson.
Oh, no, thank you. No,
I'm not so sure they'd be able to pull that off.
no,
Um,
we wouldn't.
Vietnam says we have no one with that level of speed, that cheetah speed. Chark, and actually, technically, TMJ, because there was one or two plays this season he had his man beat deep.
Yep.
So I
Mm-hmm.
I'd have to say Chark and TMJ at least, at
Mm-hmm.
least.
Yep.
Um,
Hugo's getting there, but if you can get him healthy and get him on the field, he'll be more of a threat speed wise.
let's see. I would. Oh, Carol says I would absolutely love for us to trade up for Chandler Jones. Jones is not playing. He's holding out. Not for money and not for money reasons. That is true. That is
Mm-hmm.
true. Um. David Screws says, I think Andy is a great starter, but it's unfair to Bryce not having that full playbook. Makes him look like a bust. People that don't understand football, it's embarrassing to me as a fan how Frank is operating this team. My question is
Facts.
Andy wasn't held back. He had full playbook in Cincinnati. It's ridiculous to me. I'm sorry. Yeah. Yeah, that's a fair point.
That's a fact. Well said.
Um, let's see. Vietnam says, my point is that versus a weak secondary, TMJ should be eating if he was a big time wide receiver that scares opposing defenses. But here's the thing, though. We can't single out one. Like, how are we singling him out and not Mingo and not Chark?
Exactly.
Chark didn't have 100 yards receiving, but, you know,
Right.
he did have the deep touchdown. I mean, the ball was spread out. The ball was spread
Yeah.
out. And like I said, targets typically he doesn't get compared to others. We have
And again, those numbers are overinflated because it's 29th ranked secondary.
um we have nothing to trade actually. Let me rephrase. Uh
Oh, we've
uh
got plenty to trade, but we're not going to do it
I mean
because we
technically
invested way too much money
we
into it.
we do, but it's pretty risky, I would think. He
I
says, let
agree.
me rephrase. That Tyreek Hill speed. Tyreek has otherworldly speed, and Chark is fast, but not that type of fast. I beg
Didn't
to.
the Chiefs draft him?
Uh, yeah, no. Oh, actually, yeah, yeah.
So that type of speed you typically would draft. Most of the time, you draft it and hope for the best. You develop them, with the coaching staff, and then every once in a while, these guys will get traded around, because of money reasons or because they hate the franchise that they're in, because they're not getting enough touches, whatever the reason may be. But for the most part, yeah, they get drafted and they get developed in house,
Um, let's see.
typically second or third round.
Yeah, that's a good point. That's a good point. Um, David says, I want to believe in Frank, but at this point, it's tough. Yeah, I feel you on that. I feel you.
The list is growing for me, man. And having Jake Let's go to the Saints, that really just that grinds my gears. I don't even understand how you let our third quarterback option go to the Saints.
Yeah.
Oh, Lord have mercy with this team. I can't. The Saints see more in him than we do.
Yeah, that much is true.
How
That,
are you
that
going to let him sit on the 53-man practice squad? It, the man should have been in the 53 from the very beginning. And you got him sitting in the practice squad. You cut him, put him back in the practice squad again for that long, and you're not even going to bring him up. Meanwhile, we're doing with tight ends that are just garbage. You know, two tight ends that are just not worthy of being on our 53 at all. Arguable practice squad. What
yeah.
are we doing with this roster, Frank? What are we doing? This is beginning to look like a clown show, a glorified clown show. $70 million. You don't do that with a $70 million roster. Just
Um,
makes me sick.
Vietnam says, because it's TMJ's third year, and I'm claiming that he's a bust, but y'all saying he ain't. That's what started this. Nah, I'm not. I'm not ready to accept that, and for a couple of
No,
reasons. Number one, the dude hasn't had a lot of targets in a season since his rookie career. Like, all right, let's take it back. Rookie season. 13 only played 13 games, was only targeted 30 total times in 13 games. That's not a lot. He got 17 catches, 138 yards. All right. Second year, played in 14 games, targeted 47 times. Okay, so a little more. He played one extra game. Still,
uh,
when you think about it, that's not that many targets for a wide receiver in a season. But yet, get this, 28 catches, 490 yards, and a touchdown. Average 17.5 yards a touch. Um, and so far, in 3 games, he's only been targeted 14 total times.
what more do you want him to do with that many touches?
I mean,
What more do
that,
you want him to do?
I
There's
mean,
nothing more that he can really do
it's
other
the
than be himself.
it's the same argument that I make about Miles Sanders. It's hard to have the opportunity to perform when you don't get the attempts. It's hard to rack
Yeah,
up any type of stats when you don't get the attempts, especially compared to other players, and especially if the whole idea is to spread the ball around. But like I said, I put a big part of that fault on the play calling.
bingo. All rotates back to that. There's just no way around it. It's the elephant in the room. Come on, guys.
Um, let's see. Do y'all, Mr. Gemini says, do y'all think the season is over if we lose? No, I won't say that. I won't say that. I mean, it's getting closer and closer, but as I've said up to now, I don't claim anything until we are officially out of it. Like I've told y'all so many years, I've learned
Right,
that the hard way the season that we made the playoffs on a 7-8-1 record. I'm not
right.
making that mistake.
Plus, this division is weak this year too. You don't have Drew Brees, you don't have Sean Payton, you don't have Matt Ryan anymore. You don't have Tom Brady. Gronk's gone too. This is a weaker division, clearly.
Oh, Vietnam wants in. You want in Vietnam? 1 second.
Yeah,
1 second.
bring him in. Please do bring him in.
Uh, let me see.
I can pass him the.
I got it. There you
Oh,
go,
you got.
Vietnam.
You
Yeah,
friends with him?
yeah. You can hop in Vietnam. Uh, Let's see.
Gotcha.
David Screws says I like Jake. Carol Hope says if the
Yeah,
inevitable happens, what coaches would y'all like to see come to Carolina?
that's a tough one.
Hmm.
It depends on what the coaching carousel looks like once we get there, because we missed our chance for Eric Bellamy. If you want an offensive minded uh, head coach,
Yeah.
uh, some
Um.
people are mentioning Ajaro because, and this is an interesting wrench in the whole system here because everybody's looking for a whole new coach outside of Carolina. Again, what has our success been? It's been defensive minded coaches. I've said it before and I'll say it again. Because it's time people realize that you cannot guys. Uh it's so frustrating. We keep rotating coaches
Yeah.
and circling the wagon when we know what the solution is. It's defensive minded coaches. Ron Rivera, John Fox. Come on.
Yeah.
So to me, this wrench in the system of Ajaro, people were talking about this man would go for a head coaching job, after a year. I mean,
Uh,
other teams are going to be spilling blood in the water
hey,
for
Fayette.
Ajaro.
Hey, Vietnam. Can you hear
Why not
us?
throw our name in that?
Yeah, I can hear y'all.
Oh.
Can you
Oh.
hear me?
Okay. Yeah. Yeah.
Come
Yeah.
on, man.
We can hear you.
Hey, what's
Nice.
going on, y'all? Man, my fingers are hurting trying to type all that stuff in real time.
No. No problem. No
Fair enough.
problem. What you got for us, Vietnam? Fire away.
And TMJ, I understand that y'all want to give him a chance, but he's been there 3 years, or this is third year rather, and he just hasn't shown me nothing. Maybe I think it was his rookie year or his second year. He made some good plays, but he's inconsistent and he stay hurt. And I'm talking wide receiver like uh, Justin Jefferson, Jamar Chase, Waddle, Tyreek Hill. I'm talking about a dynamic playmaker like Steve Smith used to be. That's what the Carolina Panthers have been missing, in my opinion. We
You
don't
can't
have that,
expect
y'all.
him to become one of those types of wide receivers.
Well.
Why?
Oh. Go ahead. Go.
TMJ is just
Oh,
TMJ. He's
oh,
only able to do what he's able to do.
hold on. Were you finished, Vietnam? I think you had
Yeah,
more to
yeah,
say.
yeah. I finished.
Oh, okay.
No, I was just asking them why. Why can't I expect that? Like all the other fans, we expect greatness, not no running the ball, play defense, that boring stuff we done had the last 20 years.
So here, I'll go first in response. So first off, I truly, really don't think we've really seen that really since DJ Moore, which I mean, I feel like we were spoiled with him. Now here's the thing. To your first point, because you mentioned Jamar Chase, I don't think that's a fair comparison, because you're talking about somebody that had like quadruple times more targets than TMJ. Not to mention Jamar Chase, if I remember correctly, first round pick. Terrace Marshall was a second round pick who also had injury woes even in college. So I think it's kind of an unfair comparison, but I get where you're coming from. Let me ask you this. So, was there nothing that you saw from that second year 400-yard receiving year out of TMJ? Like, there was nothing that impressed you from that?
Really impressed, man. I had hope for the future, but then he got hurt again. And he stayed hurt, won't stay on the field, hurt in practice. And now this year, he ain't showed me nothing.
So is it safe to say that a big part of this is injury woes that you're basing at least maybe 60 or so percentage of? Is that close or?
Maybe 45% of it, availability. Big thing,
Okay.
you're not on the field.
Okay.
But I really just say I want to see him make somebody miss or stiff arm somebody into the ground and keep running and score. Like make turn nothing into something like Chenault did that first play last year. Like
Well, a
if
lot
you're
of that
not this
has to do with
burner,
coaching. You have to develop.
uh,
Oh, oh,
go ahead,
what
Corey.
what were you saying, Corey?
A lot of that has to do with coaching. You have to develop them to do that. Some of these guys come into the league able to do that already. Some of them don't. So you have to coach them up. You have to, let them experience that NFL level, for 2 or 3 years. By this point, we've had terrible coaching. Remember who the offensive coordinator was at the time, during his first, second, third year going into this year. And Frank is basically our offensive coordinator this year, glorified one, and doing a terrible job at that. So who's developing TMJ? Oh, the wide receivers coach, right?
Right?
The wide receivers coach can't teach him to do all that stuff. Then what are we doing?
Now this was the
Uh,
same wide receiver coach that Robbie, oh, I'm sorry, Chosen got in the face of. Am I? Do I remember that correctly?
I think so. I think I'm
Okay. Well, I mean, I definitely get how you feel for sure. I mean, the explosiveness. I mean, so okay, I got it. I got it for you, Vietnam. Here's what attracts me about Terrace Marshall Jr. 90+% of the catches he has made, he's number one made with his hands. And another thing, of course, the few wacky catches that he's made, and including through the legs. Like, I'm basing a lot of this on what I've seen him able to do when he is healthy, and that's
Mm-hmm.
what's making me hold on to hope. Now,
oh,
could I be overseeing my stay with that? It's possible. I'll give you that. It's possible. Because, like you said, this is his third year. This is true. This is his third year. Now, first year, 13 games. Second year, 14 games. I'm really hopeful. Well, then again, it depends on how the rest of the ball is spread out. But I'm really hopeful that if he can just get targets, I really believe he's gonna surprise y'all. And if I'm wrong, I will eat twice amount of crow. I'll take that. I will take that. But there is something about this guy. There's something about this guy that if he can just stay healthy, I really believe he's gonna shock y'all. I really do. There is something about this guy. And I know, Jason, why are you singling out this one guy? I know it sounds crazy. You can call me crazy. I'll take it. Vietnam, I will take it. I will take it. But I see something in this guy. I really do. I really do. Corey, I don't know how you feel, but I see
I
something in
agree.
Terrace Marshall Jr. I really do.
I agree. I've seen something in him in 2 or 3 training camps now, and I've seen it in him in preseason and quite a few season game now. He's got the skills.
oh,
You just have to develop them.
okay. I got a question for both of y'all. Then.
Sure.
Mm-hmm.
Would it be safe to say that he's relatively healthy right now?
Hmm. Uh, you know what? That's a fair question. That is actually a
That
fair
is a fair
question
question.
when you think
Yeah.
about it. I mean, he has played in all three games.
Right. Okay, I got another question.
Yeah.
Now, let's say would a quarterback target you if you were open? So let's say if you were getting open consistently, maybe twice out of every three downs. What you think the quarterback could find you and target you more often if you could get open?
This is true. This is true.
Yeah,
So
depends on
maybe
the
his lack
quarterback.
of target, maybe his lack of targets not all on the system or the scheme or the coaches. Just maybe he can't win.
It's possible. I mean, watching on TV is kind of hard
That is
sometimes to get a,
possible.
a good view of that. So that's very possible. It is. It definitely is. But at the same time, I've seen this guy blow by dudes. I have.
Yeah,
I have. And, especially somebody that's able to blow by dudes that's 6'2", that's an eye catcher for me. Because, I mean,
mm,
I know he's definitely, like you said, he's no Tyreek Hill, he's no DJ Moore. I mean, like I said, we were quite blessed with DJ Moore because I know folks want to poke at DJ Moore. He didn't have that many touchdowns, but the dude had crazy yak,
yeah,
crazy tackle breaking, but crazy yak. That dude's yak was off the charts.
and that's something I highly value is Yak.
So I really feel like it's got to be a combination of a lot of things. But I definitely and like I said, Vietnam Vietnam gets it. He's in the pack with all of us of frustrated fans. So Vietnam, all this is very valid. All this is
Oh yeah.
very valid. It's just you know how it is as a fan where you have to divvy up some kind of energy to give yourself hope.
True. Right. And I'm trying to find hope, man. I swear I'm trying to get some hope. But every Sunday when I watch the game, I just get more depressed and depressed.
I'm with
Like,
you.
and I like, and it's another thing that's been sticking in my craw, man. It's been messing with me so bad, man. Miles Sanders, we paid this man all this money, right? And I ain't seen but like 115, 21-yard run out of this guy. I mean, Chuba could have did that. Chuba been outperforming him every game. That man run the ball better than him, and they still won't give Chuba the ball more often. And I thought Chuba was a bust. He shut me up. Now Miles Sanders, I feel like he's hurting the team more than anything.
So, Corey, you want to go first on that?
Yeah, I will. If you look at Seattle's defensive line in the last game, it was a brick wall. Nobody could have run through that. That's for starters. Secondly, our play calling has been trash. There's no way, that if we can't even pass correctly, how are we supposed to run correctly? You know, and it's just it's been a jungle with this offense right now. So yeah, Miles Sanders looks a little weak right now, but give him time, give him some patience, give him the proper playbook, open it up, and let him do his thing. You know, once our offensive line is healed up.
I
So,
mean, but they keep targeting him. They sending him. He had 9 targets last week at the Seattle game, and I'm like,
Okay, I'll give you the
I,
one drop on the screen pass.
oh,
I'll
you're
give you
talking about
that.
the passing game?
well, just overall, Miles Sanders is not there. He's been underperforming.
Because in the Seattle game, he only
What are
had
we
not
specifically targeting here?
because he had 9 carries, but he did have 9 targets in the passing game
Yeah.
and 9 carries. So I mean, 9 and 9.
Which
Um,
one are we talking about? Receiving
Either or.
or
But I'm
rushing?
just talking
Or are
about
we talking about both?
him as a player, like him as a player altogether, not one or the other.
Okay, so both.
Yeah, both.
Okay. I'll give you the one drop on the wide open pass. That was unacceptable in the last game.
right.
Um, beyond that, how many times have you seen him drop balls? Very little, actually. And that's been the main complaint everybody's had about him. Is he's dropping balls. That's what I've been hearing, and he hasn't dropped anything. He
Let,
just hasn't gotten anywhere because the defenses have been all circled around him.
let, let me ask you this, Vietnam. What are your overall thoughts, being that the number of carries across the board, like even between like Miles and Chuba, have gone down since the Falcons game, each game, little by little? Like, what are your thoughts on that?
I watched the game. From what I could see, it was always like a holding penalty or a false start that put us behind the sticks. So they really couldn't run it like that. And when they did run it, they kept running it up the middle. And I'm thinking, like, let them get to the edge. It's about the power, off tackle power or something. But overall, I just feel like they're not really dedicated to the run like that. I don't know
Well,
why.
they did try
Maybe
to get to the edge,
Now
and
that Vietnam mentioned it, we don't really run sweeps or tosses much.
right. It's
So
always up the middle, inside the
we
tackle,
did
up the
try to do
middle, up
that
the
a
middle.
little bit. The defenses have figured it out.
yeah, but I mean, we got to utilize that speed, especially Miles
Yeah.
is a small guy, so I mean, honestly, we may need to see some sweeps, some tosses.
Right. About that downhill power high to the right, you know, that's what we should have did. Like let Iggy be the lead blocker, let him get some pancakes, and let them do what they good at.
Yeah, I agree with that. Actually, let's run him in the right direction because if you keep running him to the left with the weakest offensive line blockers, you're not going to have as much success. Run him to the right alongside with Taylor Moton and Bozeman, and you might find some gaps there. Secondly, the defenses have been stacking the box when we've tried those sweep plays and counter plays, and it hasn't been working.
Um,
So we may need to mix that up a little bit.
I definitely feel like we got to get back to the run so that the pass can really open up. Because I mean, like I said, we got to be balanced. We definitely got to be
Yeah.
balanced. I mean, I felt like we were one dimensional in the run last season, and it definitely cost us. Even though we had a great run game for the most part compared to the passing game. Um, and now that we think of it, in y'all's opinion, I'm gonna start with you, Vietnam. When would you say the last time we had a legit passing attack?
15.
Really? That far back? Not even 2017 or really?
I mean, what was the year that we played Pittsburgh and they put 50 on us and they hurt Cam's shoulder?
2018?
That was 2018. Well, he was playing good up until that point. He was 6-2,
Yeah.
throwing the ball pretty good, but 2015 is the last time we had a prolific passing
I'll
game.
agree with that.
Okay. Okay. Whew. And y'all know how many years ago that is. So yeah,
But
yeah.
Yeah.
More and more now that you mention it, Vietnam, I can understand why you really want to see that phenomenal
uh,
passing attack.
deep balls and touchdowns. Like, remember how teams been beating us to death, like putting 50 on us and 40 on us and 38, like the Saints and the Falcons. Like, I want to be able to do that to them, like, and really just put our foot on their neck and let them take that. You know what I'm saying? But we can't do that. We're just too weak right now.
And it definitely showed in the amount of points that we scored overall that season. I mean, let's keep it real. Yeah,
Hmm.
that is a fair point.
I got to go back to work, y'all. It was good for having me on, man. I wish I could stay longer.
Yeah, absolutely. Bro, anytime.
Yeah, man.
All you got to do is ask. Anytime. Anytime.
Absolutely. Same on my stream.
Yeah, man. I try to catch y'all when y'all up, but y'all the only ones that do it this time of night, so I can watch. Listen.
Yeah, yeah, no problem. But yeah, at any time if you ever want the leak, just all you got to do is ask.
Absolutely.
All
And
right,
that
man. I'm
goes
gonna
for
keep listening though.
okay. And that goes for anybody else. That goes for
Yep.
anybody else. Whoever
Yep.
wants on, all you got to do is ask.
Yep.
Okay.
Same here.
Um, let's get caught up. We got some more chats that came in. Let's see.
All right.
David Screws says it sucks as fans. We might endure another Matt Rule season. It's sickening. His coach is still there. SMH. Oh, we hope not. Oh, we
Oh,
really hope
man.
not.
Yeah.
Mr. Gemini says TMJ was right up there with Chase at LSU. This is true. This is true. Although
Yep. He
T,
sure was.
although TMJ's final 2 years at LSU were his best years, especially
Yeah.
statistically. Um, Carol says, "Do y'all think we should make a run at Marvin Harrison Jr. in the draft, or maybe T. Higgins for the Bengals next season?" Honestly,
Ooh.
I
If we
wouldn't.
have the money for T. Higgins, I vote for T. Higgins.
Yeah, T. Higgins. That's an attractive one. That's a
Key
very
thing
attractive
is
one.
if we have the money though, because we got to pay a bunch of people just to stay here though. So we'll see if we have the money left over to do that. But yeah, absolutely. T. Higgins is a monster. I've absolutely vouched for him. Former Clemson Tiger.
Yeah, absolutely. Jeffrey Haverskos, welcome to the stream. It's been a while since I've seen you. Um, he says our run game really sucks. We probably wouldn't be 0-3 if they could step up. To be fair, it took a hit in the Seattle game, but before that, we were running the ball well. But we did kind of take a hit in the run game in that Seattle game for sure. Um,
Mm,
Carol says we need to use the Miami Dolphins playbook. Oh man,
oh,
would probably work
gosh.
a lot better than what we have.
Yeah, can we borrow your offensive coordinator, Miami?
Yeah.
Just for a few weeks. We'll give him back.
Kevin says, okay, 2017 is his favorite when it comes to I guess when it comes to the passing attack.
Yeah.
For Carroll, it's 2015. But yeah, I could see 2017. That's a fair argument. That is a fair argument.
Yep.
Um, Kevin also says the NFC Championship was the best passing game from the Panthers and defense was amazing. That was an exciting game. Unbelievable. Oh man, we mollywopped the Cardinals in that game. Um, we were just unstoppable thanks to Ryan Khalil, really. Oh, best center in Panthers history. 49-15, that was the score. Oh yeah, we destroyed them. just
Wow. I
just
ran across something interesting. There's somebody bashing Mingo. I'm not going to say the name, but he already knows who he is.
uh-oh. Oh,
He
what?
posted the fact is Mingo can't make contested catches and can't get open, and his significant playing time is seriously hurting this offense. Cap.
Well,
I mean, all you got to do is look at the last game. Cap.
yeah, he has a
Come on,
concussion.
man. Really?
Um, Justin Badger 4, welcome to the stream. He says, "Go Carolina Hurricanes, world's greatest football team." Well, they do have a championship. Oh, oh
Yep.
06. They won a championship in 06. So, hey,
Yep.
I remember that year. Downtown Raleigh went crazy.
Oh, wow.
um, Jeffrey says, "Why Scott signed Sanders for 4 years?" Okay, I'll say
Why
this.
not?
I didn't expect it because I thought we were going to vouch to keep Deontay Foreman, but I didn't hate the move because, Miles Sanders, as we've said before, was coming off a Super Bowl season. So that's why I accepted it. Was I shocked at the beginning? Yeah, but I accepted it. Corey, you?
Here we go again with another Miles hater. Come on, guys. Are we really still doing this? Miles Sanders was signed for his Super Bowl ring and his potential, and skills. I mean, go look up his numbers. Have you been living under a football rock the last 3 years? Go look him up and tell me why we signed him for 4 years.
Yeah, I mean, he had his best career yardage last season. I mean, that, you know.
It was the obvious choice.
I mean, I was shocked at the move. I didn't expect it, but, you know.
There was another running back that I wanted before him that got taken. And I forget who it was. But, Sanders was the obvious choice that was left over. It wasn't even close.
Uh, Carol says, I remember watching that NFC Championship game at my old job. I've never seen a team just absolutely demolish a team in passing and defensively ever like that other than the Chiefs. Facts.
My goodness. That NFC Championship was ridiculous. I've found myself rewatching some of the plays from that every once in a while and just being amazed
I I remember when Trey Boston got the last
and
interception.
bewildered.
I remember Trey Boston got the last interception, and I was just like, okay, now y'all are just showing off. I'm like, yeah, y'all are just showing off. Y'all are just showing off.
And you have to consider Trey Boston was that Jekyll and Hyde player too. So you never know which one you're gonna get out of Trey Boston game wise every time he comes out there.
Yeah. And that dude was marching off the field, just high stepping with the ball
It
in his
looks he's
hand.
about to get paid, and then he balls out.
Yeah.
Just
Um.
seeing that just put a gigantic smile on my face.
Yeah. I do miss him though. I do miss him.
Oh
I
boy.
actually liked him. Um.
Yeah,
Carol Hope says Sanders will be the future of our team. Trust me, he's going to be a Pro Bowler here.
I agree with that. Good take. Be patient.
Jeffrey says Philly had one of the best lines and they didn't want him anymore. Okay, even if they didn't want him anymore, that still doesn't take away the value that he put.
I don't think that's the reason. I think it was money.
That
They
could
were
be it.
offloading a bunch
But
of players at the time.
even if they
That's
didn't,
typically what happens after a team wins the Super Bowl is that they'll offload a bunch of players or loses one.
yeah. But even if they didn't want him, that doesn't change the value that he added to the team in the first place. I mean,
Right. He was an essential cog
um, Kevin
to their
McFarland
success.
Kevin McFarland says the Luke Kuechly pick six was incredible. Really, just that one? What
Just
about the
that
one?
one?
What about the one in the Cardinals
Can we
game?
talk about the one in Dallas?
The one the one in Dallas, the one in Seattle. He had one in Seattle.
Oh my gosh, the one in Seattle. Everybody went nuts on that one.
No, I'm just messing with you, Kevin. Yeah, he that was the pick six in the Cardinals game was excellent, but he
The
had a
Nets went quiet as a graveyard as soon as he caught that ball.
yeah. And not to mention he had a pick six and an
You
extra
could hear a pin
interception in
drop in
the.
Seattle.
Oh yeah, indeed, indeed. Kevin says Kirk Coleman was my favorite defensive player. He was so good, just a great player and ball skill. Oh, Kirk Coleman was a beast.
Yeah, he was a beast.
Had great speed.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so now that we're caught up on the chat, whoa, Detroit. Oh my goodness, 34-17. Oh my
What
God.
am I seeing right now?
David Montgomery has 3 rushing touchdowns.
Whoa.
27 carries, 97 yards, 3 rushing touchdowns.
Don't I have him on my fantasy team? Hold on, man.
And he
Whoa.
just returned.
His return game numbers are a huge reason why he's getting a lot of fantasy points.
And of course, Amon St. Brown got a touchdown. 4 catches, 51 yards, and a touchdown, of course. Ooh, they're getting rookie Sam
Ugh.
Laporta at some action. 4 catches,
Wow.
56 yards. Remember, that was one guy you were talking about in the draft, Sam Laporta.
Yep. You were huge on him too, and I figured, okay.
Yep.
Ooh. Montgomery's got 81 fantasy points for me.
Oh, there
This
you go.
he's on my bench though because I didn't expect him to do like all of that against Green Bay, but you know,
But yeah, they are
I got
beating.
a lot of weaponry on my fantasy team, so I'm doing all right.
But yeah, they're about to be 3-1. And you know
Yeah,
what's
Reed's looking good, the wide receiver for Green Bay.
yeah, and you know what's scary? The Lions are undefeated on the road.
That's not good. We play the Lions later.
Yep. And guess what? We play the Lions well, actually we play them at home or
Okay.
at their place. So yeah, that's an away game.
Ooh,
So
that's not good.
so check this out. How we going to beat let's talk game plan. How we going to beat these Vikings?
Uh, well, what was their secondary ranked again?
So, secondary total yards allowed per game, they were ranked 27th. Um their passing defense is sus.
I think that's one of the ways we can attack them.
Yeah, I mean,
Mm-hmm.
passing yards allowed tied for 25th. Uh, points allowed, 26. Rushing yards allowed, they're 19th. So, I mean, we could probably put up a balanced attack.
We've got to
Um,
mix it up though.
yeah,
Otherwise, they're going to figure out what we're doing and just stack the box.
and I
If
think we
they're
just
anything like the Seattle Seahawks, they'll seal off the edge, so we won't be able to get anything.
mhm. um we do have to watch out for Danielle Hunter at linebacker. He's got 5 sacks. So,
Oh yeah,
that's somebody to keep an eye out for. He's leading that team in sacks. Like
right.
there are 2 other players that have a half a sack, but he has 5. So, got to keep an eye out on him. Uh
And Brian is another linebacker that could like turn it up at any moment.
oh,
You got to
Brian
be,
Asamoah. Yeah.
yeah, you got to be aware of where he is at all times. And Davenport, if
Um
he's playing,
Lock Poppy says we should have kept Steve Wilkes as head coach.
a lot of people have that same feeling right now.
All I'll say, Lock.
And I mean, hindsight's 2020.
Yeah. Um. All I'll say, Lock Poppy, is, yeah, that's fine, but let's keep in mind that he was a head coach with a 9-19 head coach record. So just don't forget that. Don't forget that.
Well, how do you get an improvement on that record by giving him the time and experience to do it?
I mean,
I
yeah,
mean,
that's true,
he
but
won the locker room. I mean, these guys were following him. We won the games that we are supposed to win, and we lost the games that didn't really hurt us in those 12 games, you know. And honestly, the only reason Wilkes didn't win that job is because that Frank came in there as the glorified salesman that he is and said, "Oh yeah, I'm going to talk up a big game on what I want to do offensively." And Wilkes didn't do that. He didn't come in prepared like that. So I accepted that logic, and I
yeah,
said, "Okay, Frank is the better choice for right now." But hindsight is 2020 because we got a glorified salesman again, you know. And Wilkes was the real deal. And look where Wilkes' defense is ranked right now. I mean, plain and simple.
yeah. Fair point. Fair point. Carol Hope says Kurt Coleman, our game analyst for Panthers TV network. Oh yeah, that is true. Um,
Yeah, true.
Steve Wilkes is vanilla old school ground and pound playbook. Glad he was not our head coach. He's doing his thing as defensive coordinator for the 49ers right now, though in the running for
It
defensive
works
coordinator of
though.
the year. Now,
It works though. You can't deny his methods work. Like, at what point have they not worked?
I just felt like in some of those games he could have done a better job at making adjustments.
True, true. Okay, that's fair.
Um, Kevin says the safety Harrison Smith is the best defensive player on the Vikings team. He's a smart player, very smart. Yes,
Yeah,
Harrison Smith.
Harrison Smith is very intelligent. Yep.
Oh, at safety. Gotcha, gotcha.
Mm-hmm.
Um, I think we gotta really be aggressive on offense. We gotta fire on all cylinders on the offense. Uh, Defense. Now, like I said, they did pick up Cam Akers. I don't know how they're gonna rotate the running backs because they do have Alexander Madison, who's done a little something something, but they did pick up Cam Akers.
You may see a little bit of Ty Chandler.
Oh yeah, Ty Chandler. Oh yeah, you and
He's been rotated in a little bit, and
okay,
occasionally in the fourth quarter you'll see Gaskin.
okay, duly
Be
noted.
aware of that.
But of course, everybody knows the biggest, most ginormous threat on their offense, the gritty man, Justin Jefferson.
And Kirk has a great chemistry with him.
Yeah,
It's a very dangerous chemistry with him. We're gonna have to double him up, which is
yeah.
gonna open up opportunities for Nick Mullins.
Jordan Addison.
Yeah, KJ
So,
Osborne
and they also got Neil Harry,
will probably get a couple as well.
but
Yeah,
but
and I'm expecting TJ at
oh
tight end to get a couple of them as well,
oh yeah, T.J. Hawkinson.
and
Yeah,
Darisaw.
yeah.
Darisaw might get locked up, but we'll see. He's
Oh
not as quick as TJ is. It just depends on where he is on the field. You just have to be
yeah. And they also
aware.
they got now they got a young offensive line, but they got some studs on there. Like I said, they got Dalton Reisner,
Mm-hmm.
Ezra Cleveland. Uh, yeah,
Garrett's an older one.
yeah, Christian Darrisaw.
Yeah.
So they got a O line. I wouldn't underestimate that O line. Um,
Where would you attack it on the O
mm,
line if you're going to try to attack it?
I think with Chuba, you got to go probably. mm, Is Darrisaw left or right? Because
Uh, Left.
then I
His
would
left
then
is
I would
left.
attack right. Maybe some off tackles in the run game. But I really want to see a good balance of carries. We need to see a reincarnation of smash and dash type of splitting the carries. That's what I really want to see.
Yeah. Well, you're talking about Vikings offensive alignment, correct? These are all offensive alignment.
Yeah.
So you wouldn't attack him with Chuba. That's attacking the defensive line. Um,
Oh, yeah,
I'm
you're
talking
right.
about pass rush wise. Who
Pass
would
rush wise. Thank you for correcting me.
you go
Uh,
after? Who would you
um,
who would you focus your effort on?
a big part of it, I would say they kind of dropped Brian Burns in coverage. I felt like a little too much. I think they need to
Yeah,
sick him. I need to see them sick him in that pass rush.
yeah, I agree
Um,
with that.
bring in an extra guy, bring in the box, load it up. Kirk Cousins, he is known when he gets flustered, he turns into Pick City.
Yeah, he has been known to do that. You're right.
So, let's see. Kevin also mentioned KJ Osborne as well on the
Yeah,
Vikings as a name to look out for.
yeah.
Um, Carol says, I feel like our crowd should play a major factor in this game Sunday, like Seattle's crowd. Is the Vikings uncomfortable as possible? Make them uncomfortable as possible. Ty Chandler is my UNC Char Hills guy, too. Nice, nice. Um, Kevin says, wow.
KJ Osborne, 5'11", 203 pounds, 7 catches, 101 yards, 2 touchdowns, average of 14.43 per play.
Mhm.
So I mean that's something to be concerned with. The first 2 games, he was averaging about 10.3 in the first one against the Buccaneers, 11.3 in the second one.
Ah,
So I mean and that's off of 3 catches apiece in those games.
oh, interesting.
Yeah.
Um, Kevin says, wow, he's a 12-year safety. That is concerning. The number 21 Witherspoon was good on the Seahawks if you saw him. I do recognize the name. Um,
Yeah. Witherspoon is dangerous.
let's see. Carol says, I'm already predicting since early last week Justin Jefferson get will surpass 100 yards, unfortunately. Yeah, yeah. But
Yeah, unfortunately.
but not if we D him up correctly. I mean, he
Some
might.
people are saying 250, some people are saying 300.
Yeah, and
I
if
think
you
he's
ask,
gonna pull. I don't think he's gonna pull a full Julio Jones on us,
nah, he.
but I think it'll be pretty bad.
Yeah, I mean, 100 compared to 250 and 300, I'll take that. But
We'll shut him down in the first half, and then he'll start lighting it up in the second half because we do have Dante Jackson. Don't forget that.
true.
And Troy Hill has actually played pretty well in the first half.
Yeah, dude's a hard hitter too.
Yeah.
Um, uh, Kevin says, do they still have Adrian Peterson at running back? Man, he's too busy competing on Dancing with the Stars. Looking pretty good so far too. I will say that.
Yeah, yeah.
Um, I
Although I will say I do miss those days if you're a Vikings fan. That was fun to watch.
um I'm gonna pause and use the restroom right quick. I will leave you with a question right quick, for you to entertain the folks. Anthony Davis, welcome to the stream. He says, "Do you think we, the Panthers, could trade Burns for a first round pick?" And go.
Uh, at the moment, I don't think so. And value wise, yes, he's still worth a first. The thing is, uh, we've already had 2 first round trade offers for him last year, and we turned them both down. And I mean, two. So, plus we could have put him into the Bears trade, and we didn't do it. But value wise, yes, he still is worth a first, definitely. Especially since he has definitely gotten into the double digits as of last year. So value wise, yes, but will we actually trade him? No, I don't think so. Um, Interestingly enough, oh, Let me pull up the stream because I'm not actually looking at chat right now. I'm looking at the stats. Let's see. I'll see if I can. There we go.
Alrighty, I'm back. Okay.
That is a good question, though. I don't feel that we should trade him at all. No, we should be paying the man. It's what we should be doing.
Yeah, that much is true. Anthony Davis says, I feel,
But if we were going to trade him, we would have already done stuff.
yeah, I definitely agree with you on that. Um, Anthony Davis says, I feel like we legit go winless until we play the Bears. Oof. But then again,
That's a realistic take.
we better not lose to the Bears. I'll say that.
If we lose to the Bears, Freight needs to be fired the day after. Immediately the day after. I'm not accepting anything less.
um, Jeffrey says, "Do y'all know what happened to DJ Johnson? I haven't seen him or heard anything about him." Actually, Carol just answered this question. Still been inactive. Um,
Yeah.
Carol also asked, "Do you think if a team is super duper desperate, would anyone even consider signing someone like Adrian Peterson or Todd Gurley?" Well, Adrian Peterson's busy. Todd Gurley, I
Yeah.
have no idea.
I have no idea even what Todd Gurley's even been doing nowadays.
Yeah, yeah, I have no
Still
idea.
signable, but I don't know what he's up to.
Uh, Anthony Davis says, "I unfortunately I lack faith in this coaching staff and roster, plus the injuries killing us.
That's a fact.
Horrible year not to have a first round pick."
Oh, that's a fact. That is such a fact.
Yeah, I hate to say it, but yeah,
We really need help, and that first round pick could really do a lot for us.
yeah, a whole lot. Okay, now for the next big question:
Okay.
score prediction.
Oh, well, mostly I don't do score predictions, but if I was to do it, mm, this game could look a little bit like the Seattle game because of the secondary that the Vikings have.
Hmm.
I could see probably a uh, 28-14 Minnesota win.
I'm gonna say I'm gonna say close but no cigar in the form of 24-21 Minnesota.
And I mean, I'm basing that off of if we play Bryce, okay, and we'll be looking at a lot of field goals if we can even get in range.
Yeah, I mean, we relied on those so much that Eddie Pinero finally broke his streak in the Seattle game.
If we're relying on Andy Dalton, then yes, Carroll has pretty much the best one here, 35-24. I think that's the most realistic
Oh man, that would be amazing. But
with
yeah,
Andy.
I think with Andy that's possible. With Bryce, 35 points, I don't see it.
Yeah, Anthony Davis has pretty much the right score when it comes to Bryce being in and them not opening the playbook. 33-17.
Yeah. Um, he also says if the Bears draft Marvin Harrison Jr. with our first, I'm losing my mind. Oh, that would be the ultimate drop
Oh
kick.
wow,
Oh man. Ooh, talk about sticking it to us.
that would be the nail in the coffin.
Yeah. Oh man. Um, Carol says, imagine y'all if we do beat the Vikings, Lions, and Dolphins would be a major boost in our team morale going into the bye week. I love your optimism. And
I love it.
I hope that happens because that would be a ginormous boost.
Oh,
But yeah, it's gonna be tough. Um,
I
Anthony,
just don't see it happening. I love it though.
yeah. Anthony says to Carol, the most Bryce offense has scored before garbage time is 10 points. 35 points is insane. It's. I mean, it's it's bold. I'll say that it's bold. Um, Anthony says we have no run game, and I hate Sanders. Oh, here we go.
Here we go again.
Just keep in
Another
mind.
Sanders hater.
Just keep in mind, Anthony Davis. Keep in mind, since the first game, the carries have been less and less for not only for Sanders but also for Chuba. Do keep that in mind. You can't really produce if you don't get the carries. That's all I'm gonna say. Um, Carol says, imagine Marvin Harrison Jr. and DJ Moore together. Oh, I don't want to imagine that. No.
No, no, no.
Ugh. Ugh.
And Justin Fields is still gonna absolutely flunk out anyway, so it doesn't matter.
Oh,
Two
shoot.
great wide receivers, and they still won't throw it to him.
Yeah. But I tell you what, though, we better not let Justin Fields embarrass us.
Oh, that's a fact.
Dude,
We will be the joke of the league at that point.
and y'all do have to
The
remember,
entire league.
the Chicago game is a prime time game. That's a Thursday nighter on Amazon Prime Video.
Oh, you're kidding me.
Yeah,
That's
8:15.
that's going to be nationwide viewed.
Yeah.
Nobody else to look at but us.
And that's in Soldier Field.
Oh no!
I'm,
If
I'm,
we take that L, oh boy,
dude, I'm telling you, if we take that L, we are not going to hear the last of it for the rest of the season, at least.
season's dead at that point. Yeah, season's dead. If we can't beat the Bears, it's over.
Cause
And
that's week,
Frank needs to go that day.
cause that's week 10.
Yeah, Frank needs to go that day. Sorry. Sorry to all the Frank supporters at this point. You can make all the excuses you want, but if we don't beat the Bears, he needs to go.
Anthony Davis says Chuba has 7 first downs on 12 carries, and Sanders has 6 first downs on 41 carries. I'm a Sanders hater. Okay, but how does that explain uh, the low number of carries that Chuba has? I mean,
Exactly.
it still doesn't change the fact that you can't give up on the run game, and it's hard to produce when you don't have the carries. Like once again, the carries were decreasing. Anthony Davis, do keep that in mind. Let's go back through it. Let's go back through it. In the first game, Miles had 18, Chuba had 9. Okay. In the second game, Miles had 14, Chuba had 2. Had 2. And then
Ooh.
in the Seattle game, Miles had 9, Chuba had 1. Which let's also keep in mind Seattle's rushing defense. Seattle had a great rushing defense. You know how I know that? We only had 44 total rushing yards.
Yep. Where were they ranked before that?
That I'm not sure.
I'd be curious to find that out. Because that's an obvious sign of, is this a fluke, or is the Viking the Seattle Seahawks defensive line that legit as far as run stopping? Because if they were ranked in the top 15, then yeah, we need to take that seriously.
Now, Anthony Davis, if you're saying that you feel that Chuba needs more carries, I'll give you that. I'll give
Right.
you that. I'll give you that.
Oh,
Um, let's see.
so are you saying that Miles Sanders has decreased as a ball carrier since his Super Bowl run? Is that what you're saying, Anthony? Because I'm not buying it. Miles
Uh,
is still that much of a baller. You just have to set him free.
right. Carroll says, watch, they're going to be throwing a lot of deep balls early in the game to set the tempo. Got to put the Vikings on their toes and make them draw penalties early. Yeah. Like I
Yeah.
said, we got to be aggressive. We got to be aggressive.
Mm-hmm.
Um, she also says, yeah, we lose to the Bears, it's over. Frank won't even make it back to the facility after the game. Yeah. I mean, honestly,
uh,
that would be a more embarrassing loss than when we lost to the Miami Dolphins with Cam Newton in his last stint.
oh, good grief.
Anthony says, yes, I think he got worse. Look at the Philly O line and their play callers. I mean, that's fair. That's
Mhm.
fair. And I guess
Slightly.
what's really disappointing, Anthony, is we also got to think. Look at the play calling. Or we're getting Frank. How could things be if Thomas Brown were calling the plays? That's another thing to think about. So, because like you said, Philly O line and their play callers. You said play callers. So,
Mm-hmm.
you know. Um, but we'll see.
Wow.
But we'll see what happens. But yeah, to be honest, I can't really see this as a win. I think we will get close, but
Yeah. These
Fayette
guys will get burnt
Vietnam says yes. Sanders hasn't shown anything, and
toast Sunday.
D-Jack might be burnt
Yeah.
toast Sunday.
Yeah. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Justin Jefferson. Yeah. That's coming. We got to load him up with a double team. We got to get him some help.
Carol says, "Do y'all think we should use some option plays to mix it up and catch them off guard? You mean like RPO?
I would vote for some RBO. Yeah. I've
Yeah.
I've always been a big supporter of RPO. But you got to use tempo with it. A lot of the success that some of the teams in the NFL that have used RPO, Lamar Jackson uses it. Um, Russell Wilson was using it in Seattle for a time, and Trevor Lawrence down in Jacksonville is using it because he was used to using RPO in Clemson. So you have to take that into account. It's tempo. If you don't have the tempo with it, the RPO becomes just a bunch of set of plays that a defense can pick up on.
Right, right.
But can we do it to catch them off guard? Yes. Because a lot of these defenses are expecting, the same vanilla plays, that we've been showing the last 3 games. If we mix it up and we throw some crazy plays in there and open this thing up, yeah, I could see it.
Hmm. Fair play, fair play.
Take them
Um,
off guard. But it only worked for so long before defenses adjust to it. It's the NFL. You have to consider that too.
true.
Once they see it on tape, they will adjust to it, and you have to figure out some way to adjust to that. So it's a constant game of adjustments. It's a
Hmm.
constant chess game.
Anthony says, can we all agree though that we should have kept Foreman? Well, like I said,
I
I
don't.
I was shocked that we didn't keep him. I would have loved for him to stay, But like I said, when we got Miles Sanders, I didn't get mad. I mean, why would I get mad about getting a running back that just played in a Super Bowl? You know?
Right, right.
Like I can't
Thought we
get
were getting
mad
the
at
same
that.
level.
Yeah, I can't get mad at the idea of us getting a running back that just played in a Super Bowl that rushed for over 1,400 yards.
Yeah.
I'm just saying. I mean, it may look that he's not producing right now, but the original idea of getting him, I can't hate it. I can't. Um,
And I mean, you can go and look back at some of the older running backs that we've had, with a weaker offensive line, and they've all looked bad because of that offensive line. So, I mean, but they've been all-star Pro Bowl guys.
yeah, that is very true. Um, Carol says Foreman's trash. How's he doing with the Bears? I'll wait. Straight trash. And yeah, RPO and triple options.
Well, the Bears are trash in general. So you with terrible play calling.
Yeah, that much is
You
true.
could run the RPO and triple option anywhere. I mean, let's be fair. You could run that anywhere, but you have to have the playmakers to make it work. If you
Right.
don't have the playmakers, all you're getting is more trash. You get out of it what you put in.
If you triple Jefferson and Hawkinson and Addison will kill us also. Yeah, you can't forget about them.
That is true. Yeah. That's why I say double him up, not triple.
Um, Chicago's coaching staff is the worst. They are using him wrong. Foreman's a beast. Well,
Thank you.
here's another thing to keep in mind, Anthony. You remember when we had CMC and look at how we used him? And he produced.
Yep.
But what ended up happening to him? We ran him into the ground. So, I mean, there could be a number of different outcomes that could have happened. Number of different outcomes.
I hope that doesn't happen to him in Chicago
I
because I
don't
really like Foreman.
I don't think it well, that I don't know. I mean, he's only had 5 carries.
Right.
One game, 5 carries, so I don't know how much he's going to see the field, but um Mr. Gemini says, "How do you know they didn't open the playbook for Bryce? What if Bryce was hesitant and just didn't throw the ball?"
Dude,
Nah.
he had open people. Okay. He had open people. They didn't. There's no way. It was 100% Frank. 100% Frank. Because if that playbook had been open, look at what Andy did to Seattle secondary. That's what it should have looked like. And we were running many, many more productive routes against Seattle's secondary. Again, those numbers are inflated, but we still look good.
Yeah, that much is true. That much is very true. Um, Lock Poppy, good point. Our O line is going to look tremendously better with Corbett when Corbett is back. Agreed. Um,
Yep.
Vietnam says CMC ran good here with us no matter the O line. He did, but we ran him too much.
Yeah. That was a generational running back, though.
Yeah, we ran him way too much. He was like the biggest, most ultimate safety blanket that we've ever had.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Like I wish we would have better managed him and
Yeah.
just because I mean, after all, when he was with us, only had the one playoff appearance in 2017 and hadn't been back since. I mean, the 1,000 season was impressive. Still ended up with 5 wins. So yeah. Um Anthony says, I have the leaked script for the game. The defense plays well and offense looks bad. It's a close game and tied 10-10. Second half, Vikings score 28 after Henderson keeps giving up big completions. Ooh, ooh, ooh.
This is yet another one of these people that believes that the NFL is scripted. I can't get on board with that. Sorry.
Well, I hope that doesn't end up being the case. Um, Super Trebo
Oh,
says,
Jefferson's still gonna kill it in the second half, though.
yeah, agreed. Super Trebo says, hey, how's it going, Jason? I've got this worry, and I hope I'm wrong, that by the time Bears versus Panthers comes Thursday night, both Chicago, Carolina are both winless when they face off. It's not impossible, that's for sure.
That's true.
It is not impossible.
Could happen.
um, Mr. Gemini says, so it's Frank's fault that Bryce held onto the ball too long. He shares some of the load. Does Bryce hold onto the ball too long? Sometimes, yes. I agree. But it's a shared
Where's the
issues.
open wide receivers, though? Where was he supposed to throw this ball to when everybody's running into coverage?
And not to mention, look at the number of pressures. The number of
Yeah.
pressures allowed. I mean,
He goes to his first option, covered. Second option, covered. By the time he goes through his second option, here comes the pressure. It's right in his face.
yeah, that's another thing to remember, Mr. Gemini. The dude is
And
making the
the average time it takes for a quarterback to get that ball out is about 2.5 to 3 seconds. By that point, you're already sacked if you're holding onto it too long, after 3 seconds. Now,
because
consider this, the pressure was already on him at 2.5. How
yeah,
was he supposed to get rid of that ball in time
because
and go to his third progression and his safety blanket read?
yeah. So I mean, which I gotta give him
No
that. I
way.
mean, he at least attempts to go through the progressions, but yeah, uh,
So of course it's going to look like, oh yeah, he's holding on to the ball too long. If you're looking at like real time, but if you slow it down and you consider and actually clock him, then check him,
right.
and you'll see that these wide receivers are not open when you look at the routes. By the time he hits 2.5 seconds, and he's set.
Hmm. Uh, Anthony Davis says, I don't think it's scripted. Just joking. I
Oh,
feel you. Um, Carol says,
okay.
I doubt if Henderson is gonna even play, but yeah, Henderson has given up some real big plays. I hate Xavier Woods is out. He was balling out there and played extremely well in the secondary.
Yeah, true. I loved Woods. Mm,
Yeah, but hopefully Von Bell can continue to keep it going.
yeah,
And Sam Franklin, he stepped up into that backup
yeah.
safety role. Mr. Gemini says true. Anthony says, do y'all think our strength and coaching staff might be a issue? Our players are dropping like flies. Plus, CMC has not missed a single game in San Francisco. Ooh, he might have a point there.
Mm-hmm.
He might have a point.
Mm-hmm. I like that one.
But also keep in mind, Anthony Davis, CMC over in San Francisco, he doesn't have to carry the load. He's got help.
And I mean, let's talk about the training staff too, because Ron Rivera's training staff got investigated a while back.
That is true. So
I mean, are we doing the same things again? Ugh.
it's possible. But CMC is over in the Bay Area eating good. I mean, he doesn't have to be the number one. I mean, although you call his number, he's going to deliver. But I
Oh yeah.
mean, Brock Purdy is spreading the ball around, and I mean, there's a reason they're 3 and 0
Who is
right now.
working with Brock Purdy, man? Like that man just turned and pulled a full Ryan Tannehill on everybody. Like who is working with this dude? Because
I,
he was not doing that before
and not to mention, we got
out
to
of nowhere, he starts pulling a 180. It's just like, whoop, whoop, whoop. It's like, oh my God. It's like, who are you?
Yeah. And not to mention they were in the playoffs last year. I mean, San Fran, they're cooking.
They are.
Shoot. Carol says, yes, Bryce does hold on to the ball a little bit longer, but at the same time, once he gets the system down pat, that would be reduced significantly. He knows it's not the college game anymore. Uh, Deion Jones needs to play disciplined ball. He's too good and a
Yeah.
Pro Bowl vet for any of those rookie slash second year players' mistakes. Although he did get a pick in the previous game, so I give him
That is
that.
true.
Anthony says our biggest loss is Shaq Thompson, in my opinion. As a
Mm.
player, he's not great anymore, but man, when you watch the mic'd up videos, he was always our leader and hype guy. He's a loss for the locker room for sure. And he was one of our main run stoppers.
Okay. I'll address that one.
Go for
Most
it.
of the fans out there think that he is a terrible run stopper, and he's actually a great run stopper. I've heard that so many times, and I'm just like, okay, we're circling the wagons here. You guys have the wrong take again. But as far as his leadership in the locker room, yes, great leadership in the locker room, but he can do that, even when he's on the sideline.
Hmm.
So mainly what we're losing is a great run stopper, but at the same time, we're also losing somebody that's not going to give up uh, passing yards over the middle. You've got Luvu when he's healthy. You've got um, uh, Camus sitting there too that can help out with that. So that takes away an option for an opposing offense.
Right.
And I don't think people fully realize that. Everybody's so focused on, oh well, he's such a great coverage man. Yeah, he's gotten better at coverage in the last year, but it's not been because of the coaching. It's been because he's been working, with some people outside to get that done.
Hmm.
Um, but his main uh, coup de grace is the run stop. And I still, to this day, do not understand how people keep getting this wrong. So, yeah, you're losing kind of a 50-50 here. You're losing good, but you're also losing bad.
Right. Right. No,
So
that's a
I
fair
get what you're
breakdown.
saying to a certain degree about the leadership in the locker room. Yeah, you got a point, but you can be a rah rah, hoorah man, outside of the locker room just as easily as you can be in the uniform.
That's right. That is
I
right.
mean, look at Cam Newton when he was hurt for most of a good year. He was still rah 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 rah, from the sideline
Oh, yes,
and still being who he
absolutely.
was.
Um, let's see. Carol says Shaq and Frankie is our best ultimate defense leaders for our team without question. I heard it may be a very slim but slim chance that Shaq could possibly come back if we make the playoffs. Ooh, that's a big if. That's a big if. Oh man. I'm a, I'm a,
Playoffs,
I'm gonna give it to you
playoffs,
like Jim Mora. Playoffs? Playoffs? I just want to win a game.
playoffs.
Shoot. Where's Jim Mora when we need him? Just
Oh my
seriously.
gosh!
Oh
Who has a
man.
Jim Morris situation right there?
Uh, that's funny. Um, Anthony says love Oos. He's a great pass rushing linebacker, but I still think he's bad in coverage.
That's a
Um,
fair take.
Lock Poppy says we need Frankie this week. Yes, we do. Anthony Davis playoffs. Yeah, exactly. I just
We
want to win a
need
game.
Frankie this week. Yes, we do. 100% lock Poppy. Yes, we do.
And for the record, final score Lions 34, Packers 20.
Wow.
David Montgomery finished with 32 carries, 121 yards, and 3 touchdowns. Wow. Wow.
Yeah, you want to make some predictions on wins and losses for these teams this week? That'd be fun. I do that on my stream, so
Okay, we'll do that as our final hurrah for the night. Let's do that.
Atlanta and Jacksonville.
Jacksonville.
Jacksonville, definitely. This is
Uh,
where they even out. Mm-hmm.
yeah. Philly and Washington.
That's a tough one because Washington started playing a little bit better. Uh, I think Washington will give them a game, but I think Philly will win.
Okay. Yeah, I can be on board with that. Philly's been looking good. They may keep it close. But
Don't
yeah,
don't fully expect it an Eagles win though, because Washington could pull the upset. You never know. Any given Sunday when it's that close. That's a very interesting division.
um, let's see. Dolphins and Bills. I mean, Tua has been playing really good.
Yeah, let's talk Miami Dolphins and Buffalo. That's going to be a real tough game right there. It, how do we know that all of that was not a fluke last week from the Miami offense?
Well,
From the offensive standpoint. How do we know that Denver's defense wasn't that absolutely that putrid? You know,
yeah,
Miami's offense could come out flat, and that is a concern. If you're an offensive uh, coordinator for Miami, because
hmm
that happens a lot more than you think it does.
yeah,
So if you're a Dolphins fan, you've got to have at least a little bit of concern about that after last week,
right,
because I mean Buffalo's not exactly put together, but they really do have a tough team. They're still stacked. They've got a lot of weaponry, and that could go one sided real quick if Miami just starts going three and outs.
yeah.
So I would be very, very cautious.
I'm gonna say Bills.
Mm, yeah, I'm gonna say Buffalo as well. They really do need a win right now.
Yeah, Broncos and Bears.
Battle of the trash cans.
Yeah. Um,
I gotta say that if Miami can put up that many yards and points on Denver's defense, is it as putrid as we think it is, or are they at least like somewhat competent enough to handle Justin Fields? I still say Bears win that one because Denver's still trying to figure it out offensively
um,
with Russell Wilson. It doesn't look good. It does not look good for them. He's in the wrong system, Sean Payton. Come on, man.
I will say the Bears as well, but barely, but barely.
Yeah, by a field goal or two.
Uh, Ravens and Browns.
These are two very, very interesting teams here. Um, looking back at what the Browns did the week before, they beat the Titans. That's an easy win.
Hmm.
Um, and the Ravens the week before. Let's see, where were they at? I'm not seeing them. What did they do the week before? Oh, they lost to the Colts. Oof. So at this point, I got to go Browns.
I'm actually going to go Ravens. I think they'll bounce back.
Okay. Okay.
Bengals and
Um.
Titans.
Before we talk about Bengals and Titans, I want to briefly touch on Detroit. Detroit's history has been very interesting so far.
Okay.
These guys are legitimate, and I'll tell you why. If you look at the schedule that they played, give me a second to bring it up.
Yeah.
These guys have beaten the Chiefs on the season opener. First game of the year, shocked everybody. Nobody was looking for that.
Oh, when they beat the
And then
Chiefs.
they lost to the Seahawks 37-31,
Hmm.
in week 2. We're talking strictly the Lions here.
Right.
So you only lose by 6 points to the Seahawks here. And let's be fair, the Seahawks secondary again was ranked 29th. So of course they put up 31 points. But their defense lost in that game. So then they go in, they take on the Falcons and win that one 20-6. And now they've beaten the Green Bay Packers with their quarterback,
Correct.
Mr. Love, 34-20. I mean, the Lions are legit. You have to say that the Lions are legit at this point.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
This is not a fluke, you know.
Most definitely they are
And I've been
legit.
watching them. I've been watching them very, very closely. Okay, so getting back to the Cincinnati Bengals game, right?
Bengals Titans.
Bengals Titans. I got Bengals.
Same.
This is the one that the Bengals have to bounce back on. They have to.
Yeah.
Titans are not doing well, even with getting the new additions.
Yeah.
Shy
Agreed.
Smith, and it's still not enough for them. They got DeAndre Hopkins, didn't they?
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's still not enough to pull the Titans out. Even
Yeah.
though DeAndre Hopkins is a monster, man.
Um yeah, very true. But yeah, both in agreement, Bengals. Rams Colts.
The Rams are a very, very strange team. I, I'm still trying to figure them out.
I could see this
Who
going
are
either
they?
way. I could see this going either way.
I could too. And
But I have a little more faith
Rams thus
in
far have beaten the Seahawks 30-13,
right.
but and lost in a close one to the Niners
Right.
at home, and they lost to the Bengals. So a struggling Bengals team.
I'm
So who are the Rams
I'm
at
gonna
this
s-
point?
I'm gonna say I have a little more faith in Sean McVay, so I'm going Rams.
I've got to go. I think the Colts are starting to figure it out. I got to go Colts.
Okay. Fair enough. Fair
And
enough.
if the Colts have really started to figure this out, then this is in Indianapolis, by the way.
Right.
You're in hostile territory.
Right.
And the last two games that the Rams have played in hostile territory was one in Seattle, and they did win that one in Seattle.
Right.
by a big margin. But that was season opener. And then they turn around the second time they're in hostile territory in Cincinnati and they lose. So I mean, who is this team? You don't. There's no real read on them yet.
Yeah. Yeah. That's a fair argument. That is definitely a fair argument. Um, I do think it could go either way, but I don't know. I just have a little more faith in Coach McVay. So that's what I'm basing my decision off of.
That's fair.
Okay. Bucks and Saints.
I'm giving this one to the Saints.
Same.
Buccaneers are. I think they're not as real as people think they are.
Yeah. Agreed. Agreed. Um.
And yeah, Sam Darnold has gotten them a few points, but I mean, they're still sitting above. They're still sitting under 30.
Oh,
There's some teams that have hit.
You mean Baker Mayfield?
Yeah, Baker Mayfield. There's some teams that have hit over 30 points by this point, and they still have not done so.
Ah. Yeah. That is
And
true.
last week, they only got 11 points against the Eagles.
Yes.
You win 27-17 over the Bears. I mean, everybody could beat the Bears at this point. 20-17 over the Vikings. That's not a very convincing win right there. So I'm not buying the Buccaneers right now. I'm not buying the 2-1 as a
Okay.
legitimate contender.
So we're in agreement on the Saints. Okay. Steelers, Texans.
Steelers. Steelers are playing better. Texans are still struggling.
Yeah, CJ Stroud is playing good, but he can't do it alone. So, yeah, I'm gonna have to go with Steelers as well.
Steelers still have a lot to work on. They're a long way from being a contender right now. But they're still better than the Texans right
Right.
now.
Raiders, Chargers.
Now this is a big game right here because this is going to determine one of three things here. There's a lot of controversy about who's going to win that AFC West, and the Raiders are always right there, right in contention.
Hmm.
Chargers, Chiefs have typically been the 1-2 as of lately. But if the Raiders ever manage to get it together, they could be that solid number 3 wild card and make some noise in the playoffs. If they could get themselves back together, that's the problem. You got Jimmy Garoppolo and concussion protocol.
Yep.
That's the big thing right there. And his status versus the Chargers is unknown right now.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to go with the Chargers. Like Justin Herbert,
But
I
that'll
gotta
be a
go
game
with him.
time decision. Yeah, I got to go with the Chargers as well. They just look more put together, even as a 1-2 team.
Yeah.
Um, if you look at the Chargers, they lost to the Dolphins 36-34, which is a legitimate loss.
Right.
They did lose to the Titans though, 27-24. Oof.
Close game.
So they've still got a few things to work on. Granted, that's always been the Chargers in the last 5 or 6 years.
Hmm.
But they beat the Vikings, 28-24 in a convincing win. So it's needless to say the Chargers are still just on the fringe of being great, but not quite there yet.
Yeah.
So I give the Chargers the win over the Raiders.
Agreed. Patriots, Cowboys.
Cowboys.
Cowboys. That's kind of an easy one.
Definitely Cowboys. Patriots have really been struggling. They're still trying to figure out who they are.
Yeah.
And they got that easy win against the Jets last week. But I mean, that's not convincing to me that
Yeah.
they figured anything out. And the Cowboys look really well put together right now. Enough to possibly win their division. Now, let's not get carried away. They're not going to the Super Bowl.
Right.
Cowboys fans, calm down. But
Right, right.
I think they could win the division again. That could happen. I think
Uh,
they're a legitimate threat in the NFC.
this next one should be an easy one. Cardinals 49ers.
Oh, Niners.
Yeah,
Niners,
definitely
no
the
question.
Niners.
Cardinals are still trash.
Yeah.
Even with Kyle, even with Kyler Murray. Kyler Murray's good, man, but it's not enough to lift them out of the woes that the GM has put them in. The
Um,
GM refuses to spend the money and get him help,
yeah.
and protection. So it's just,
I
I
mean,
mean,
I'll admit Joshua Dobbs did a little something, something, just a little something, something, but you know, they
and the
still.
defense has been mediocre in Arizona. It hasn't
Yeah.
really improved and it hasn't gone downhill,
Uh
but
huh.
it's they've still got a couple of playmakers to watch out for. But who's scared of Arizona at this point? Nobody.
Right. So, like I said, that was an easy pick.
Oh yeah,
Um, Chiefs Jets.
Chiefs.
Yeah, Chiefs.
Um, I
Definitely
will
Chiefs.
say that the Chiefs secondary is looking real suspect. It's looking real suspect because there's been a couple of teams that have managed to put up some points against it.
Right.
And I have them in my fantasy league as my main defense, as a whole defensive unit.
Mhm.
And defensively, let's kind of look at how many points people have scored on them on the board here. Yeah, that looks nice, but if you look at it statistically, it's not good. Um, versus the Lions, they gave up 21. Versus the Jaguars, they gave up 9. Versus the Bears, they give up 10. But I mean, uh, it's Justin Fields last week. You know what I mean? It's Justin Fields. Of course, he's going to make you look good. Trevor Lawrence was struggling a little bit, but he's still doing all right.
Yeah.
And Matthew Stafford isn't really spectacular back there, but he's still making people sweat a little bit.
Yeah. That is a good point. That is definitely a good point.
So on the scoreboard, it looks beautiful, but statistically, where are they ranked? That's my question. Where's the Kansas City Chiefs secondary ranked? Because it can't be good. I've seen them give up like a ton of yards when I was watching the Chiefs against the Lions.
Yeah, that they did.
Um,
That they did. But we're both in agreement. Chiefs for the win.
oh yeah,
And then we finish Monday night Seahawks Giants.
I think Seahawks Giants are still that that random dark horse threat in the NFC.
Mhm.
Like nobody's really denying that, but Daniel Jones hasn't been great.
Yeah, I
Four
mean they
picks so far.
not only that, their one win was against the Cardinals, and their two losses were against great teams, Cowboys and the
Ouch.
and the Niners. I mean,
Ouch.
they lost 40 to zip against the Cowboys. So
Oh yeah, they
I might
looked horrible against the Cowboys.
I might have to go Seahawks.
Yeah, me too. Uh, I like Barkley. I like some of the weapons that they have in New York, but it's just, can you put it all together and do something with it? No.
Yeah,
Yeah, I feel like
that's
it's been the Gettleman curse because Gettleman was their last major GM that's really put something together in New York,
hmm
and that was what, 5 years ago. Ever
yes.
since we fired him, he's been up in New York. So if you can't put anything together with Gettleman's picks, from the old days, if they still have any of them left, and the new GM is not really helping you much, you're not going to get anywhere. You're going to be mediocre.
Yeah,
You got to
that's
spend the money to make things happen. And we've spent the money, we haven't gotten anywhere. But
yeah,
it hasn't been because of the GM. You can have the most beautiful looking roster on paper, but if you try to put it into practice and your coaching isn't good, you're back to square one.
yeah. That's
What does that actually do for you? Nothing.
nah, just sets us back even more.
And I hate that because it hurts, man. God, it hurts. Let me check over the cap. Let me see how much we actually spent because I need to know the actual number.
Yeah. Go for it. We're
I've been
gonna
saying 70 million, and I know it's probably more than that now.
I'm gonna look at these final sets of comments, and then we're gonna wrap up soon.
Brown signed Kareem Hunt.
Yeah,
Uh,
I did
uh,
hear about that.
Joe Burrow got his extension on the 9th.
Let's see. Um,
Graham Gano got extended with the Giants.
yeah, he's still a solid kicker.
Oh yeah.
Um, let's see. Carol says Frankie Louvu has been listed as possibly questionable, maybe a game time decision. Although he did practice today, he did practice.
Mm-hmm.
Anthony Davis says, I think top three players are Burns, Brown, and Luvu. Agree or disagree? That, yeah, I can dig that. I can dig that.
Yeah.
Um, Lock Poppy says Frankie showed why we needed him in that Saints game. I mean, dude was an animal. Even announcer said he was a nightmare. Facts.
Yeah.
Um, Kevin, oh, he got back on and wanted us to review our final score prediction for the Vikings Panthers game. Mine was 24-21 Vikings. What was yours?
Uh, Depending on who's going to be quarterbacking, if it's Bryce, then like 27-14. If it's Andy Dalton, then um it'll be a little closer. It'll be probably like 28 to I want to say 24. We'll make a big game out of it, but at the end of the day, our secondary is going to get tired and we're going to fail. Fourth
Yeah.
quarter.
Um, let's see. Lock Poppy says Frankie is becoming one of my fan favorites every week. Understandable. Um, Anthony says Dolphins versus Bills is at 1 p.m. Meanwhile, Seattle versus Giants is prime time. This is true. Um, Vietnam said a couple of things. He said, how do you build an offense around your quarterback? Wouldn't you make it so that it uses whatever the quarterback is elite at doing? If so, why haven't we built something around Bryce? That's a good question. Um, Detroit had two first round picks the past couple of years, too. Any team can build a winner with four top 10 picks in 2 years. That is a good point. That's some
Yeah.
good building. That's some really good building. Not to mention the multiple second and third round picks they have had over the past 3 years. Oh yeah, Detroit has definitely, you know, since post Matt Patricia, they've definitely really turned some things around.
Yeah.
Like that's for sure. Um, Anthony Davis says, with the rate of injuries hitting us, we're gonna field a practice squad team by week 9. Let's hope not. Let's
Oh my goodness.
let's
Ugh.
hope not. Um, he says Vikings are scoring. Late.
So our total spending on offense this year is $70 million. Our
Ah,
total spending on defense is $97.9 million. and our special teams is 4.7.
Oof. Well, there it is.
And our total cap liabilities $228 million.
Yeah, we definitely spent
Total
some
team
money.
cap space $9.1 million currently.
We definitely spent some money.
We are still paying $55.2 million in dead cap money to several players.
Ouch.
CMC, DJ Moore, Robbie, the chosen one,
Oh, we're still
and
paying him? Oh, Lord.
yep, $9.7 million.
Jeez.
Matt Ioannidis, 3.8. Pat F1, 2.8. Damian Wilson, $1 million. Eric Rowe, Justin McCray,
Wow.
Zane Gonzalez, Demir Bird, Matt Corral, Brandon Smith, David Nixon, Iku, who is not currently on this roster anymore, Cameron Irving, Demir Bird, Jalen Redmond.
Mm, dang, that's a host of folks.
CMC totals up to about $18.3 million. DJ 14.6. Robbie, the chosen one, quote unquote, chosen one. Isn't that what Cam
Yeah.
named his kid? Come on, man. Way to be original with your nickname. $9.7 million. And Matt Ioannidis is 3.8. Pat F1 is 2.8. So there you go.
Hmm.
Totaling up to $55.2 million in dead cap.
Yeah, that adds up. That definitely adds up.
So our total cap space next year is $63.1 million. Just looking at over the cap right now.
Gotcha.
Now
Whew.
we would be spending as of currently 117.8 on offense, 78.8 on defense, and $5.2 million on special teams. And that's just oh my gosh, man. Let me look at free agency. This is what I wanted to see. How much did we put in? My goodness. Okay, I'd have to total up those numbers because they got a list, but they don't have the total number. So I'll do that later on.
Um, let's see. Anthony says Vikes are scoring way more than 24 on us. It's possible. It is possible. Um, Carol says I think Frankie's about to be in line for an extension after Burns gets his. Still got
Yes.
and
Hey,
Carol,
Frankie.
yeah. And Carol still going 35-24 Panthers.
Hmm.
Um, Anthony Davis says 38-14 Vikings, and he changes his mind that Johnny Hecker's our best player. I wouldn't say that.
No,
I
not even
wouldn't say that.
close, bro. Not even close.
Um, Carol Hope says, "Do y'all think Tariq Cohen should be activated for this Sunday's game?" I don't see it. I don't see it happening personally.
I don't think so either.
Um, Anthony Davis says Tariq Cohen is cooked. He's a camp body at this point. This roster lacks talent, unfortunately. Uh,
Carol
mm,
Hope disagrees.
Carroll says Cohen has been absolutely amazing in practice. All the coaches been in awe with him from a guy that was literally on his couch playing a PlayStation before. That is true. That is
Yeah,
true.
true.
When they hit him up,
Point.
that was true.
This roster does not lack talent.
No, this roster definitely doesn't lack talent.
No, no. We spent $70 million. There's no way we lack talent. No, we just got to use it correctly.
But no, I don't think Tariq Cohen will get activated. I mean, we'll see, but I don't think it will be.
I don't see it either.
Um, But anyway, I've got nothing else. Final thoughts.
This is going to be another rough game, ladies and gentlemen. Buckle up. If Bryce is playing and he does not get handled the playbook, we're in trouble. I'm worried about it. I'm worried about the state of this team. I don't like the fact that our third quarterback just went to the Saints. I'm concerned that we're just not going to get there, doing the same things that we've been doing. And we've got to break the wheel.
Yeah.
And we're not breaking the wheel. And if we end up at the Bears game, without wins, Frank has to go. He's
Yeah.
obviously the source of the problem. People, half the fan base sees it. The other half are still delusional, and they're not getting it. And you can't let your third depth quarterback go to your division rival after
Exactly.
leaving him on the practice squad. Why? What are we doing as a franchise where we allow this to happen? It is so frustrating to me. And I mean, it's just, and it's like, oh, it's Carolina beating Carolina again. It's like, what?
Yeah, that's exactly what it is. That is exactly what it is.
I don't. There's something broken in this franchise, bro. There's something broken in the mindsets of the people leading this franchise to where we allow this stuff to continue. It blows my mind. You're going to tell me we built a $70 million roster and we cannot take advantage of all three of these division opponents losing this weekend,
Yeah.
this past weekend? Not a single one.
Oh.
Of course the Bucks lose too. Of course they do.
Oh, let me also throw this in there since we've mentioned the Bears quite a bit. I want y'all to keep something in mind. We have not beaten the Bears in the regular season since 2014.
Jake Lutz went to the Saints, Anthony Davis, just to answer your question.
But yeah, we have not defeated the Chicago Bears in the regular season since 2014.
Oh, and we just let Shy Smith go to the Titans. I,
Yeah.
I mean, we let Matt Corral go to the Patriots, for goodness sakes. Why? Every single person that we let go comes back to haunt us in some way. Why? Because terrible coaching here in Carolina allowed these guys, these talented guys, to go somewhere else, and then they come back and they got a chip on their shoulder and they take it out on us. The only player I think that didn't do that was DJ Moore because he didn't have a chip on his shoulder.
Right.
But everybody else has burned us in some way. Everybody. Name a player that's been a former Carolina Panther that hasn't burned us in some way, shape, or form. And we're still doing this as a franchise. It's maddening.
It really is. It really is. Um, Anthony
Yeah.
says to be honest, we talk junk about the Bears, but we genuinely are the same caliber team as them. Yeah, we might lose to them also. I mean, we haven't beaten them since 2014, so it's
There's
possible.
something broken here, man. There's something broken. And we cannot figure out how to fix it. I mean,
Uh,
we've just been playing Mr. Fix It,
yeah, pretty
for the
much.
last 7, 8 years. Just putting, silly putty, in our boat just to try to fix the holes temporarily. but they still pop up everywhere else, and they start multiplying. The
Yeah.
more you allow it to continue.
Carol said, that's right. I remember we did lose to the Bears at Soldier Field when Cam was there because I remember Cam played like a couple of dead zombies that day and was mad cloudy. Yeah, their
Man,
defense beat us because Trubinsky
yeah,
didn't do jack.
yeah.
And the sad thing is, Mitchell Trubisky is undefeated against Carolina. Let that one sink in.
Yeah.
Beat us when he was with the Bears, beat us when he was with the Steelers.
Yeah. We've got to find a way out of this tunnel, man. We got to find a way out.
That we
I
do.
thought there was something there when we started putting together the $70 million roster. I said, this could be it. This could be it. I bought in too, y'all. I bought in too. And you know it's not easy to get me to buy it. And when I buy into it, I said, okay, let's turn this into some results. And of course, we do Carolina things
Yep,
again.
that we do. We do Carolina things.
I can't. There's no more excuses. There's no more crutches. There's nothing protecting Frank at this point. He's
Yeah.
got to go after the Bears game. He's got to go.
No,
If we go
Carol.
over.
Trubisky is still with the Steelers. He's still with the Steelers. Um,
I'd
and
be okay with Andy Dalton starting.
yeah, I don't know. We'll have to find out tomorrow. Maybe tomorrow they'll have an official announcement, but with the way it's looking, it might be Bryce is up again, but we'll see. We'll see. Um, Anthony says,
I think somebody did say that Andy Dalton had like an excellent record against Seattle,
yeah,
and that's why we started him. But I mean, if that's the only reason you're starting Andy, that's a poor reason.
yeah, that's a poor reason. Um, Anthony says, I'm fine if we sucked. If we had a first rounder, but not having a first rounder makes this year feel horrible because we have nothing to look forward to at the end of the year. And he says Scott is the bigger problem than Frank, to be honest.
Don't get me started right now because we'll be here another hour.
Yeah, I might have to
Don't get me started on that.
disagree with that. I think definitely Frank is the bigger problem right now.
Scott
Yeah.
did things to save this franchise during Matt Rule's tenure that you're not even aware of. That man fixed us and kept us afloat during those 2 years. He did things that he did not want to do as a GM, but he was manipulated into them. And now, like, we build a $70 million beautiful roster. I mean, on paper, beautiful roster, gorgeous roster, full of depth all the way down the board. We got rid of all of our kryptonite that could have hurt us. It looks phenomenal on paper. And you're going to tell me we can't get any wins off of that? That's not Scott's fault. I'm sorry to tell you, that is not Scott's fault. He has done everything to put every tool in the shed for Frank to win with. But think of it this way, it's an orchestra, okay? We put together a beautiful orchestra, amazingly talented musicians. You know, that's that's not the conductor's job to do that. That's the person that's managing the whole thing, right?
Hmm.
So when all of the musicians like scramble around and they sound awful, on the day of after so many great practices and everything else, they look great, you know. Uh, whose fault is it? You can't blame the manager of the orchestra. He put these guys together, but the conductor has to conduct his orchestra. If he cannot conduct his orchestra correctly, it's going to sound awful. Whose fault is that? It's the conductor's fault. Who's the
All
conductor in this situation? Frank.
Also, like, how is Scott the bigger problem when like our trend of coaching has been pretty craptacular for the last handful of seasons?
Scott
That
was
that
manipulated in the drafting.
that's another thing to keep in mind as well. I'm not saying that there were some things
Scott
that's
was manipulated in the drafting.
I, I mean, I'm not going to say that there weren't certain things that Scott could have done better, sure, but I would not say that he's the bigger problem over Frank or Rule or just a lot of what we had for the past couple of seasons. Um, Anthony says Scott can't draft. The only good selection Scott has genuinely made right might be Brady Christensen. Well,
That's cap.
many,
That's cap.
many would probably say, uh, I
Brady
mean,
Christensen was great.
there's Chuba, you know,
Yep. There's
uh,
Chin.
there's Chen. Well, remember Chen was the year before. Was the year before. Um,
Yeah. Yeah.
J. If it wasn't for the injuries, I mean, J.C. Horn.
AC Horn would be a top 10 corner right now
Yeah,
if he was healthy.
but I would say Chuba should be on there.
Yeah.
Um,
These are the ones that we're not manipulated, by the way.
uh, uh he says you're being delusional. The only above average position group we have is linebacker and edge, only because of Burns, to be
That is
honest.
cap, and you know it. That is cap, and you know it. Look at all the other weapons that we have. Scott put those in place. You're welcome. We wouldn't even have a chance if it wasn't for Scott this year. Can you imagine what this roster would look like if we didn't spend $70 million and we just went after average level players? You guys would still be complaining, and we would still be sucking.
And not only that, we can't just look at the draft alone. Look what we've done in free agency: the Bradley Bosemans, the Austin Corbett's. How
Yeah.
like what we were lacking in offensive line. Let's keep it real. Scott put that together. What that was the biggest complaint for the last handful of seasons. Before Scott came in, that was the
Oh, I'm not
biggest
saying
complaint.
temper is clean. I'm not saying temper is clean at all. I've been on him about the turf for the longest, and also the fact that his choice of head coaching has been bad too.
Yeah, that
So
too.
let's not let temper off the hook here
Yeah, I agree. I
by any
agree.
means.
Um,
But to
Carol.
say it's Scott's fault, come on.
Carol says that Bears game is gonna tell everything. I swear. I hope not. God knows, but I can about guarantee you that Tepper will be cleaning house without question that next day. Oh,
Yep.
if we,
Yep.
yeah,
Facts.
yeah,
Facts. He's not going to put up with that.
yeah. That'll be a quick exit.
Starting with Frank,
That
and
that
that I hope our OC stays. Because he hasn't even been handed the reins yet.
right.
Why fire him? You know, why fire Ajaro, who is now pushing top 10 defensive ranking? Why fire Campen, who's been like really, really good? That immediately ordered a an emergency meeting with the offensive lineman after we struggled.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what good coaching does. Leave
Um.
these guys alone.
Anthony says, okay, but so are we gonna ignore the fact that he let an All-Pro edge rusher go to Philadelphia? That is true, but let's also keep in mind Brian Burns did make another Pro Bowl without him. But I
Yep.
do, but I do agree with you, Anthony. It would have been
Yep.
awesome if we would have kept him. We definitely should have kept him. I will agree with you on that.
Yep.
I will definitely agree with you on that. Um, but
I
yeah,
don't even want to get into the Hassan Reddick debate, but that's where that's heading. I think I don't want to do that.
but um, but yeah, the final thing I'll say is, I mean, it'll be quite an embarrassment if we lose to the Vikings and be one to suffer and give them their first win of the season.
How? How has he royally screwed up this team? Okay, if you spend $70 million building up Super Bowlers and people that have won rings, how have you screwed up? Please explain that one to me.
Oh, what? Oh,
The only reason we're not succeeding is because of execution. That's the only reason. And here we go. Here comes the Stone Reddick stuff. Yep, I saw that coming from my way.
mm, let's see.
Oh gosh. I'm What does
Actually,
he do as soon as he gets out of Carolina? He becomes a baller again.
actually, that was says actually that was Hassan Reddick's decision to leave. We made an offer for him, but yeah, Burns play did play a factor into that though. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Um,
What does he do after he leaves Carolina? He becomes a baller again, gets a Pro Bowl. Why? Because our coaching doesn't know how to properly coach these guys and keep them in Carolina.
yeah, yeah. Reddick was balling here. Reddick was balling here. Um,
I don't know about that one, but we'll agree to disagree on that.
well, I mean, him and Burns were tearing it up from the
When they were
pitch.
working together, they were tearing it up. But there's Sean Reddick by himself. In coverage, eh, I don't know.
So,
He paid $70 million for second-rate bums. Totally disagree. Go do your research, Vietnam.
well, let's see.
Jeez.
Looking at a lot of those players, I mean, like I said, Miles Sanders, I mean, he just played in a Super Bowl. Hayden Hurst played in a Super Bowl 2 seasons ago. Um,
Miles Sanders just went
Chark
to a Super Bowl era with the Eagles.
Chark was
Chark
cooking.
was a number one receiver for the Lions.
Yeah, he was cooking until
Thielen was a number one receiver for the Vikings.
yeah, he was
Put up
cooking.
monster numbers, by the
he
way.
he was cooking until he got hurt. But let's also keep in mind Chark was killing it
Here's your problem. You're
in
researching with your eyes.
Chark was also killing it in Jacksonville because remember he went over
Look
a
at the whole
thousand.
picture.
He went over 1,000 in Jacksonville. Thielen, I mean Thielen was a good compliment to Justin Jefferson, and we have to also remember when we last played the Vikings, Thielen was the leading receiver. I mean, Vietnam, I get what you're saying, and like, right
I get
now,
what you say with the eye test. I do, but there's your problem. You're not seeing the entire picture. It's coaching. You can put together the most beautiful roster ever, but if
Anthony,
you don't have coaching, you just wasted all your money.
Anthony, I said in the game that we lost to the Vikings, Thielen was the top receiver stat wise. Yes,
Stop trying to put words in my man's mouth. Come
Justin
on now.
Jefferson, yes, Justin Jefferson was the better guy, but in that game, Thielen was the number one receiver in that game. That's what I specifically said. That's what I specifically said.
Okay, then where is your beef then? If it's not with those three, then where is it? uh, didn't Thielen last year when we played them in Minnesota cooked us for 120 yards?
That
Thank
that
you.
that's what I'm talking
Thank
about.
you.
That
Thank
right
you.
there. That's what we're talking about, Anthony.
Thank you.
That
Okay,
was
so
that was
you're gonna
Thielen. That
if
was
you're
not
gonna talk
Justin
about how
Jefferson. That
we
was Thielen.
wasted $70 million, then you have to talk about the entire roster. Then you can't just single out these guys. You have to talk about all the star players. It's with the fact that Scott has not built his team correctly. Whereas our Antonio Brown, our James Harrison, you have to spend money for that. This isn't Madden. Come on, Vietnam. Come on, Vietnam. We got the best available
Let's see.
players, and we did the best we could with it. But if you don't have a head coach that can't use them correctly, there's your problem. Thielen is a good player. Oh, so you recognize that? Okay, so if Thielen is a good player, Sanders is too. So is DJ Chark. So is all of these other star players that you just signed. Sanders is over it. Disagree completely.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Anthony says, hold on. Yeah, but one game sample sizes are big enough. Neither Thielen nor Chark has ever been a good wide receiver. Oh, hold
That's
up, hold
cap.
up, hold
That's
up,
cap.
hold
That
up.
is total cap.
What about 2017 and 2018, Anthony Davis?
Thank you.
2020,
Yes.
2020, 2021. Let's see. Hold up, hold up. 2017,
We could
16
do
ga-
this all night, y'all.
16
We could
games,
do this all
91
night.
catches, 91 catches,
Oh,
1,276 yards, 4 touchdowns. 2018, 113 catches, 1,375 yards, 9 touchdowns. 2020, 74 catches, 925 yards, 14 touchdowns. And he's never been a good number one. I call cap. I call major cap. Major cap. Major cap.
both were 6th round picks. Scott has failed us, and that one was okay.
Let me see.
How about the rest of them then? How about the rest of them that weren't 6th round picks then? Because you're spouting a bunch of cap, that's why I'm not agreeing with you.
See. Let me see.
If you threw some facts in there that were actually true, then I might agree. No
Let
offense,
me
man, but
let me let me let me say this. If Adam Thielen's never been a true number one, if he's never been a true number one, then why was he a two-time Pro Bowler and he set an NFL record for the most consecutive 100-yard receiving games with 8 straight? But he's never been a number one?
here we go.
No. No,
Here we
Anthony.
go.
Anthony, I highly disagree. I'm sorry, but I have to highly disagree with you, Anthony. Go look up Adam Thielen's stats, because that is major cap. He's never been a wide receiver number one. That is major cap. Let me get caught up on Vietnam. I'm sorry, Vietnam.
Vietnam, come on, man.
Let me let
We've
me
had bigger needs in the.
let
What?
me
How are you going to find wide receivers like that in the 6th round nowadays?
let
All of those types of wide receivers go in the first 4 rounds, bro.
let me see. Vietnam. James
It's
Harrison
not cap.
and James Harrison and
It's not
Antonio
cap,
Brown.
bro. It's true. Go look up the numbers. Where do you think we found Mingo?
Let me let me ask you. Okay, I gotta play with you a little bit, Vietnam. Would you have really
Where do
wanted?
you think we got Steve Smith? Huh?
Hold on. Vietnam, I'm gonna play with you a little bit. Would you have really wanted Antonio Brown? Would you sure you would have wanted Antonio Brown? You
Or
sure?
James Harris?
Now James
Or
Harrison,
James Harrison for that
James
matter.
Harrison I didn't mind, but Vietnam, would you have really wanted Antonio Brown? You remember what happened, right? You remember?
Good point.
Would you have really
Good
wanted
point.
Antonio Brown? Would you have really wanted Antonio Brown? I'm sorry, Vietnam. I gotta mess with you a little bit. Would you have
Yeah.
really wanted
Yeah.
Antonio Brown? Would you have
Yeah.
really wanted Antonio Brown?
Justin Jefferson was a second round pick, and you know who Scott picked. That's exactly the point. Justin Jefferson was a second round pick. What did I just say? Rounds 2 through 4.
You
Thank
sure
you.
you sure Vietnam about
Thank you. You just added fuel to my point.
you sure about that Vietnam? You saw what happened with Antonio Brown, right? You saw what happened with Antonio Brown, right? You, you know, did he
Yeah,
torch us?
Antonio
Yeah,
Brown is a
yeah,
bust. Okay, then why do you want him then?
yeah, he torched us. I give that to you, Vietnam. He torched
He's a
us.
beast. He's a
That that
beast. Okay.
that one
I
game.
read it wrong.
He torched us
I
that one game.
apologize.
But you you sure Vietnam? I'm just checking Vietnam. I'm just checking. I'm just checking.
No, I didn't. Okay. No, you didn't want you didn't want Antonio Brown. Okay, yeah, but you're still looking for a wide receiver like Antonio Brown. You see the backwards thinking here? You see the backwards thinking here, buddy? I'm not trying to be offensive, man, but I don't know what happened
Oh
to him. Oh, yikes.
oh Vietnam. Oh, you don't remember? You remember when he pretty much quit? He pretty much quit in the middle of the game, took his jersey off, and kind of walked off.
He took off his entire jet. Yeah,
Yeah, like
go ahead.
skill wise, he has it. I'll give you that, Vietnam.
Mm-hmm.
Skill wise, he had it, but he had a lot of mental issues,
Oh yeah.
unfortunately. So yeah, I don't know. I
You really want that at Carolina? Seriously?
I think it would have been very risky. I'm not saying that he wouldn't have contributed. He definitely would
Uh,
have,
uh-uh.
but I think that would have been risky, Vietnam. I honestly think that would have
Very
been
risky.
risky. Anthony Davis, 2 Pro Bowls, and 8 straight 100-yard receiving games. I'm gonna just leave it at that. I'm gonna just leave it at that.
You don't care about all that. I want a skill set. Okay. So you'd rather have a bunch of players in straight jackets and still try to win than you would people that are mentally sane and not doing well, you know. Okay, all right. This is getting ridiculous.
Um. Well, we'll see. The thing is, Vietnam. If it got to the point where any of that would like so into affecting his play or the chemistry or him being there, then that would have been a problem, bro. I mean,
Thank you. Thank
that
you. That's what I was trying to say.
that 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 would have been a problem then, because then that would mean he's not on the field. It's kind of one of the reasons why I get that To was a phenomenal receiver, but dude was an insane drama queen. Can we at least all admit that the dude was an
Yep, yep,
insane drama
yep.
queen? Like, now he did his thing. He even played in the Super Bowl. He did his thing. He was unfortunately able to win. He did his
Bad
thing,
for the locker room.
but
Yep.
there's
Is he
pros
a
and
bottom
cons.
10 roster? Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me right now? Like this, this is the stuff I've been doing with all week, bro. Are you kidding me? How? Please explain to me how that's a bottom 10. I'm not, no, I'm not buying it. I'm not drinking the Kool Aid, buddy. I'm not doing it. That is cap.
But nah, like I get what Vietnam is saying though. Like you ultimately skill set is at the top of your list, you know, and
Okay, so
and
if
I
it's
and I
not
get
those three
that
players, then who? Vietnam. Who do you have beef with? Because I'm still not buying the fact that we need more talent on this roster. No. Who do you have beef with? Okay,
because
so we've excluded three players off that. Who else?
because while I respect Antonio Brown's play, that dude was a cancer. I hate to say it, but that dude
Yeah,
was a cancer.
yeah.
That
Why do
dude
you
was a
think no one's
cancer.
picked him up since then?
And
There's a reason.
I feel bad for him? Yeah, I feel bad for him.
Oh, snap. Breaking news, the Raiders are trying to fire Josh McDaniels. Oh, boy.
Dang, already? Jeez.
That does not look good for him. Dennis Rodman. Oh, wow.
The Raiders are trying to fire Josh
That is not a bottom 10 roster. Just because we haven't produced yet doesn't make us a bottom 10 roster. We got a roster full of Super Bowlers. How many of these guys have rings? How many? You guys wanted players that had rings. We got players that had rings. You guys wanted an offensive minded head coach. We got an offensive minded head coach. We have done everything you have asked us to do, and we are still 0-3. What more do you want? It's not, gosh, like, it's the coaching, guys. It's the coaching. Oh my,
Even Burns, while great, he doesn't make an
wow.
impact like Watt, Bosa, and Parsons.
Wow.
Uh,
Thank you, Mr. Gemini. People are ungrateful.
I, I
Thank you.
I don't think it's a total fair comparison, but
We
at the
could go
same
back to
time,
the Matt Rule days.
Burns is a two-time Pro Bowler. But nah, I don't know if that's a fair comparison. But
We could go back to the John Fox days. Do you guys want that? You guys are so ungrateful for the pieces that we picked up, man. Scott didn't have to spend that $70 million to put this roster together. He could have just said, well, I'm just protecting my job. Like any
uh,
other GM in the league.
a
But no, he spent that $70 million because he cares about the team.
a
He
a
cares about getting results eventually.
a Vietnam. Uh, refresh my memory. Did you want Deshaun Watson? I'm curious. Did you want Deshaun Watson?
Oh, good question. Good question.
I'm actually legit
You'd rather
curious.
have Matt Rule? Are you serious? Matt Rule only won one game. One game. Wilkes took over and won 12 games for you. That wasn't Matt Rule. Remind me of the record we started out with before Matt Rule was fired this last year. Remind me of that record, Vietnam. Remind me how terrible those 4 games were.
Wait a minute. Hold on. Anthony says Rex Grossman's been to the Super Bowl. Does that make him good? Did you see his stats? Hold up. Rex Grossman, 20,
Scott spent that
2006.
money to save face for
Fir-
not giving us anything to replace Reddick. Oh,
hold
really?
hold up.
Oh, really?
2006.
Man.
Rex Grossman,
Oh my gosh.
number one, that team was 13 and
Yeah, that's
3.
got to be a troll comment. I'm with you, Mr.
Re-
Gemini.
Rex Grossman had his career high 3,193 passing yards, career high 23 touchdowns. I mean, he threw 20 picks, sure, but
Thank you.
that's his best season of his career. Like what? That was his best season of his career. Now, I understand it was a team
Okay.
effort, but did he
Frank Wright
not
is
do his
literally
part?
0-6, 0-3 in preseason, and 0-3 regular season. Okay, how's that better than Matt Rule then? How's that better than Matt Rule? It's the same, bro. It's the same.
Not to
That
mention,
Matt Rule is way worse. He was actively trying to destroy this team. He was actively trying to destroy the team. Frank Wright is just complacent. He's just dumb.
all I'm the only thing I'm saying
That's a big
is
difference.
only thing I'm saying is don't look down on somebody when they were successful a particular year or whatnot. And fact of the matter is, he was in the Super Bowl, we weren't. Plain and simple as that,
Have a
Anthony.
quarterback then, we do now, and we still suck. Okay,
You
what
know,
is the problem with that? Oh, gee, it might be coaching because you didn't open up the playbook for said quarterback.
no, Vietnam, definitely
We're
not you.
still doing
Definitely not you, Vietnam. Definitely not you, Vietnam.
this, bro. Really?
Okay, so Vietnam said no, he didn't want Deshaun. Okay, okay. I didn't remember if you were one of the ones that wanted
Okay.
him. I was actually curious.
Fair question.
Um,
I never want Matt Rule at any point ever again. That bum needed to stay right in college where he was at. Thank you, Carol. Thank you. Correct. Corey is delusional if we're not going along with his agenda,
but nah,
and
like
that's Capper. No, bro, I could be wrong just like anybody else. I'm a human person just like anybody else. I could be proven wrong. I've eaten crow. I just ate crow on Andy Dalton last week. Did I not? I was wrong about Andy Dalton. There you go. Proof right there.
um
I'm not delusional. I'm just stating facts.
we didn't have a quarterback then. We do
I'm
now.
just stating my opinion.
And
I feel strongly that my opinion is correct. If it is not, then prove me wrong. You still have not been able to prove me wrong yet.
we didn't have a quarterback then. We do now, and
Feel free to
we
try
still
though.
suck. I mean, yeah. I mean,
Mr.
here
Gemini is not trying to be disrespectful, but I know you're not a troll, Vietnam. I know
here's the thing. Like
we're not name calling, bro.
here's the thing.
We're not.
We're we're all frustrated. It's plain and clear. We're all frustrated. We're all
You didn't
hurting.
cuss him out.
We're all hurting.
You're good.
I mean, and it's even to the point where it's like
Yeah, we got to start respecting each other as a fan base.
like another thing is we got to stop comparing to others that have been successful because
Yeah,
when we continue to do that, like it's only going to hurt us more. It's only going to hurt us
right.
more. Like we have to stay focused on our situation and our issues and working on those with the team. Like I mean, we talk about these other players elsewhere. I mean, yeah, they're successful. We're not right now. Like whether they did well for us or not, fact of the matter is they're somewhere else. They're successful. Is it frustrating? Sure. But at the end of the day, I think as a fan base as a whole, like I think we got to stop doing that. And not only that, just
It's sports politics. You know what I mean? It's sports politics at this point.
yeah. And like I said, I get the frustration. I get the frustration across the board, but
I do too.
it's like it's eating at us. It's
Yeah.
eating at us. And like I said, moves can be made here and there.
We got spoiled by the 14 and 15 teams, and we got spoiled by the 04 team, that went to the Super Bowl. So, I mean, we tasted this a bit of success, and now we're just like, oh, I want that back again. I want that. I want that. I want that. I want that. It's like a 10-year-old child just like constantly just like in a store, just throwing a tantrum because he can't get what he wants.
Yeah. And it's like, y'all remember how difficult that was?
Yeah.
Like, that was difficult.
And,
And
and while I hate being like that, it's just we've got to go through years like this. We have to. It's growing pains. You know what I mean? As a franchise, we've
yeah,
got to progress too at
yeah.
the same time, and we're not doing it. And I feel like we're just spinning the wheels. And I agree with you guys. I'm frustrated too. You've seen me tonight. I've been just as frustrated as you guys are.
And I think a big thing is at one point, I think each of us, whether it was this season, last season, season before, whenever, like during the struggling times,
Yeah,
we gave into to a lot of stuff. Let's keep it real.
yeah,
We gave into a lot of stuff. We gave into a lot of moves that we were sold on, and it didn't work out. Because, I mean, at the end of the day, we made it to the Super Bowl 15-1, still didn't get the job done. So at the end of the day, technically, was that our best season? Sure. But technically, when you think about it, how is that season any different from last season? Because guess what? We still didn't win the Super Bowl. The only difference is we didn't even make it to the playoffs. Like, I don't know about y'all, but making it to the playoffs isn't enough for me. And making it to the playoffs and not winning the Super Bowl versus having a 0-16 season, that's not going to be any different for me because it still equals we didn't get the job done, regardless of how you look at it.
yeah. It's still progress though, and it's still a huge step forward. You know, and it shows that we're really trying to reach milestones, and we're trying to really get towards that goal instead of just be complacent and sitting there and accepting these 7 and 9 seasons over and over again.
Because,
That's the whole reason we fired Ron Rivera, is it not?
yeah, and we spent a lot of time in that era, and it didn't equal a Super Bowl. Same thing, Jake Delhomme in that era. Many, many highlights, many, many great players, but still, regardless of how you look at it, we still didn't get the job done. And like I think we all have got to recognize that.
There are different ways to get the job done, and you don't have to necessarily draft everything. You don't necessarily have to spend money to get everything either. There has to be a healthy balance. And the fact that we did have a healthy balance when we were building this $70 million roster here, it is very, very effective. But on paper, but we have to turn it into results. And the reason we haven't turned it into results is Frank. It's real simple. Frank. He
And
refuses to play the correct players. He refuses to do the right things, and it's costing us. We're shooting ourselves in the foot again. What has been the main source of every problem that we've had every single year that we've had problems? Coaching. Always coaching. Can we say that we have had 1 year where we've had a complete circle of coaching staff that actually knows what the heck they're doing, except for 2015,
I mean,
barring 2015. At least somebody on every coaching staff since then has screwed us up. somehow, somewhere along the lines, in some way, shape, or form.
And Anthony, I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying, but at the same time, we still couldn't get the job done when we had a better roster. You know,
True,
that's why I'm
true.
saying a lot of this frustration, builds up because we've been close.
Well,
We've been close twice and still couldn't get it done. My
well, let
point,
me tell you why we couldn't get it done in 15 is because we didn't rotate out Mike Rimmers. Whose fault is that? Coaching.
and not only that, we can't say that
We're
Scott
back at it again.
we
Coaching.
we
It's
can't
a constant cycle.
we can't say that, Scott hasn't done some things right. We have to remember where he came from.
Right.
He came from a place where he helped, and they had at least two Super Bowl appearances, won one, lost one. So the idea behind bringing in Scott Fitterer, I totally get. I
He
mean, somebody,
basically helped out in creating the Legion of Boom.
yeah.
Can't deny that.
So, I mean, there's at least been success with
It
his
would have
name
been
on
two
it.
Super Bowls in a row had they run Marshawn Lynch up the middle in a row.
Yeah, that too. But, I
That's a
mean,
history of success.
I guess just the main thing that I'm getting across is
Yeah.
I think all of us as a fan base have seen good and we've seen bad, but yet even in both,
Ugh.
still haven't gotten the job done. So it's like, what do we turn to? Because Vietnam, I feel you. I feel you on the building the better roster, building the better team, getting the picks and all that. But still, even in that, what if that still doesn't get the job done? That's very possible, bro. You know what I mean? That's very possible. And then if it gets to that point, we're going to all feel the same way, frustrated. No different from when we were struggling and we looked even worse. Y'all see what y'all understand what I'm trying to say? Like that's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying.
I do. I do.
Cuz like I said, I feel the frustration. I do. I feel the frustration. I'm there with y'all. But it's like we've been doing this since the beginning, especially, those that have been fans since the beginning, and it's just
I'm tired of these conversations too, man. I really want a winning conversation. I'm with you guys. Uh, and Mr. Gemini says, he hasn't seen a single podcast where people are consistently happy. I'm with you. Um, let me get to Vietnam says, I disagree. It's too early to blame Frank. It absolutely is early enough to blame Frank because I saw the early warning signs in preseason. Come on, man.
Vietnam says I just want to be entertained. 52 to 49, kind of entertained. Have we ever had a quarterback throw for 6 touchdowns in one game? But you understand how difficult that is. This the NFL, bro. That's difficult. Like
I haven't
I
seen
would love
anybody
to,
really pull that off
I would
ever.
love to see it myself. Like,
Yeah,
I mean,
that's Madden type stuff there.
a 70 to 20 mollywhopping, while very impressive, that's not going to consistently happen.
No,
Like, that's difficult. I think we got to keep in mind how difficult that is. I mean, cuz this the pros, this the big leagues, like
and I don't
honestly,
care what the national media. I've been saying that for a long time now. I don't care what the media thinks about us. What matters is what we think about ourselves and the success on the field.
I mean Vietnam, exactly how many other teams are doing it though? Like how many other teams are doing it though? Like I mean, if it's so difficult, then why are these other teams doing it?
Exactly. How many other teams are pulling that off?
How many other teams are pulling that off, and how consistently are they doing so? I mean, you're saying 52 points or more. I mean, 52 points. Like,
You're spoiled from the 2015 year, man. You're spoiled. Just admit it. You're spoiled. That was the only year we managed to do that. And that was because why we had a complete team from top to bottom, every part of it. Oh, and by the way, who was GM during that time? Oh, I'll wait. For all the Gettleman haters out there, yeah, he was the one that put that roster together.
Vietnam,
Bobby Hurnley.
Vietnam. Are you saying you want me to look at this past season? This
Not
past
Scott,
season?
but Gettleman. No, we're talking the 15 Super Bowl season. That's the one. That's what we're talking about. He wants to be entertaining 52 to 49 type of entertain.
I mean,
If you're talking 49 points given up, that's a horrible defense, bro. If
let's
you're talking,
see.
okay, that's
So,
Gettleman knew
Cam,
how to build. Thank you. That I agree with. That we could get on the same page with. Yes.
um, 1 second.
Eagles, Chiefs, Dolphins, Patriots, Bucks, Saints, and more have done it once. Every once in a while. Every once in a while. They
One
didn't do it
second.
consistently.
Um, let's
And during that
see.
time, the Patriots had Tom Brady.
No, we didn't. Cam never
The Chiefs
threw.
had
Hold,
Patrick.
hold on. Cam never threw for more than 4 touchdowns. Yes, he did. He threw 5 in the Redskins game or
They
Commanders.
did.
Well, Redskins back then. Yeah, he threw 5 touchdowns. Yeah, he's done it.
Okay, so
He's done
you
it
mentioned these
before.
teams. Okay. The Chiefs have Patrick Mahomes, so of course they throw for that type of numbers. The rest of these were lucky, man. They're lucky.
Oh,
They face terrible defenses.
actually, Vietnam, you said it. You said it. Who cares as long as you win? You agree with that? You believe
50
that, right?
points, trash defense. Thank you.
Uh, you believe that, Vietnam? Who cares as long as we win? Do you believe that? Is that something that you
Yes,
believe?
we have, Dog. Look at our numbers in 2015. Look at the NFC Championship game. Yes, we did that against the Cardinals. Yes, we did that against like 4 or 5 teams that year. Look it up.
Actually,
You're asking for things that they can't do this year.
actually,
You're
Cam has
asking for things
Cam
that
Cam,
nobody could do these year.
Cam has done it 3 times. All 3 times were actually in 2015.
Thank you.
Yeah, the Saints, the Giants, and the Redskins. So yeah, he's done it three
Yep.
times.
Yep.
He's done it 3 times.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Vietnam says yes. Okay, if you if you truly believe that, then
Who cares as
what
long as you win?
why
Okay.
exact
Well,
why
why
exact
why are we having this debate then?
I guess why exactly does every win have to be like a clean mollywhopping?
Exactly.
Like
Like
a clean win versus a close win equal the same. And the thing is, I mean, you can have the expectation to have as many wins like that as possible, but he never threw for more than 5 touchdowns in a game. But like I
Okay.
said, bro, you understand how difficult that is.
Right. Even Patrick Mahomes right now is the best chance you've got of doing that, and he's struggling to do that. And that's if KC was playing Denver's defense right now. I don't think
So
he even be able to do that out of the current quarterbacks that we have.
so let's actually see something. So more than 5 touchdowns. So I mean, Sammy Baugh,
Goodness.
like a
Lord.
lot of these folks that have done it were like before we were born. I mean, Sammy Baugh did it twice in the 1940s. Otto Graham, like Joe Montana.
Okay, you got
I
a
mean,
point there. Flint Spring butts in stands, but the eyes on the screen, 6'9" games don't get much juice outside of here. Yeah, that's true.
but I
That's a
mean,
fair statement.
I mean that might be true, but a win is a win.
Yeah. Again, yeah.
I mean,
Wins are
because there's
what
always
matter.
because I think like my point is there's always going to be some things that need to be adjusted in every game, even in a shutout. There may
No, he
be
doesn't need to be fired.
there may be some things that need to be
No,
adjusted,
sir.
but like
Frank does.
my thing is whether we win the
With all
super
due respect, buddy.
my thing is if we win the Super Bowl 16-0 record versus win the Super Bowl with an 8-8 record, it still equals the same. That's all I can say.
Yeah.
It still equals the same.
Exactly.
I mean, and not to mention Vietnam, if we saw 6 or more touchdowns, passing touchdowns happen consistently, then something is very, very wrong. Because if we're going
Yeah.
game after game, throwing that many touchdowns in a game, something's off. Something would
Yeah.
be very off. That would be
Yeah.
scary because
Yeah.
it's like this is supposed to be the NFL. This is supposed to be where the best players, and if they're subjected to eating 6 or more touchdowns a game, then they're in the wrong league. I would just tell y'all
Truth.
that they're in the wrong league.
Truth. Truth.
Um, but I will say there's a pretty decent sized list. Um, I think the last person that's thrown for 7 touchdowns was Drew Brees, 2015. But yeah,
If we get to
it's
the playoffs and we don't win at all, then it's the same to me as going 8-8. Yeah, I mean, by the biggest goal, which is winning the Super Bowl, yes, I agree with you. But we're still making progress towards that goal, to get there. It takes steps to do that.
yeah,
It's a step ladder process. Look at how we did that in 13 and 14 and 15. We went from the bottom up, up, up. And honestly, we were there a year earlier than scheduled. You know, if you really consider it. um,
yeah,
we weren't even supposed to be there in 15. We were supposed to be there in 16. and winning it in 16.
Rule changes have leaned towards the offense scoring more points because the NFL wanted more scoring. And you know something? That kind of bothered me because you know what else came along with that, Vietnam? They
Yeah,
eased
agreed.
they eased up off of a lot of the tackling and just certain plays where rather than letting them
No,
play, they would call ticky tack penalties. So
no, no, Vietnam, no. I'm not even going to entertain Mickey here. I'm not. No, I'm not
the
going to do it.
the Saints GM, I don't know anything about
I'm
him.
not going to entertain that.
I don't know anything
How
about him.
many
So
times has
he's
Mickey
on
failed
your
to
own.
give Drew Brees an offensive line during the time he was with the Saints? How many times?
I'm gonna
How
leave
many
that.
times did
I'm
you fail to give
gonna leave
Drew
that one
Brees
alone.
what he needed? How many times did you fail to give the Saints everything that they needed to go for a Super Bowl run? I want no part of Mickey. No, thank you. No, thank you. I'll take Scott all day long. Yes, he is easily manipulated, but if you manipulate him the right direction, he will give you what you want. And
But you know what?
it will lead to progress.
But you know what? I do get where Vietnam's coming from. He wants every team to be annihilated. And you know what? I like that. I like that dog in you, Vietnam. I
I
do.
do too.
I
I
do.
do too. Yeah.
He I you know what?
Not realistic, but I do like it.
You know what? I can admire you for that, Vietnam,
Yeah.
because
I respect it.
part of me, Vietnam, I feel like a win is not enough for you. I feel like it's got to be total domination. And you know what? There's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with that.
Great teams, huh?
There's
Great
nothing
teams.
there's nothing wrong with that.
He won one Super Bowl ring. One Super Bowl ring.
Well, to be fair, that's more than what we have. I will say
That is
that.
true. That is true.
That is more than what we have. So I
George, Magic with the salary cap. Dude, these guys have been in the red every single year. They've been in the red every single year. Go look up the numbers.
oh now Vietnam he kind of has you on that one. Like Saints have had cap cap issues quite often. That is one red flag with the Saints. Like you got
Were
some
they as great as you think they were? Because most of the time the Saints were in wild card battles too. The
yeah,
only year that they won that Super Bowl, they actually did win the division.
yeah. Oh, yeah. He says I want us to be competitive in every game. Absolutely.
Me too,
And
man.
it
I
it it
love that. I love that right there. Great comment.
it just it can come at a cost, but yeah, like
31 28, 24 21.
and and like I said, it's
Yeah.
it's difficult. I'm a firm believer because we're talking the NFL here. A lot of this.
I would not want the GM's job. No, not at all. That is the most scrutinized job in the NFL.
Oh no, that's too much attention. That's
Right.
way too
That's
much attention.
whoa. That's too much weight to put on someone's shoulders. Too much power.
Vietnam says they may have cap problems, but he still brings top talent every year. It can
What
be
top
it
talent?
it can be an issue when you're trying to build and maintain a dynasty though, which is what we want, right? You want that, right? I want that, right? Corey wants that, right? Like that can be an issue as far as maintaining
They
a
let go of
dynasty.
Eli Apple. We picked him up, and then once we got rid of him, he becomes a Pro Bowler with the Cincinnati Bengals. Okay, y'all might be able to pick up some talent in New Orleans, but okay, can you keep it? That's the problem. That's the same problem we have in Carolina. We can't keep you top tier talent.
Cause,
No matter
cause
how
Vietnam, cause Vietnam. I tell you this, as a Dallas Maverick fan, I know that sounds out of left field. As a Dallas Mavericks fan, it's one of my biggest complaints. Cause when they won the championship in 2011, what did Mark Cuban do? He didn't try to keep our team because he had to go out and get Dwight Howard and Deron Williams and just screwed up
What
our
talent have they
championship
been
team.
able to keep in New Orleans? What talent have they been able to keep in New Orleans?
Well, there's Cam Jordan. Uh,
There's maybe a half dozen players they're actually talented that they've actually been able to keep in New Orleans. But that's only because they paid them an exorbitant amount of money and put their cap into the red
I mean, they've definitely had some names. I mean,
to do it.
Cameron Jordan, Alvin Kamara, Marshawn
Kamara
Lattimore.
commands a massive contract. Have you seen Kamara's contract?
Yeah, it's
It's astronomical.
yeah,
How are
that
you
much
gonna?
is true.
That dude's gonna be gone soon. There's no way they keep him for that long, for that much longer. He's gonna become a free agent within the next 5 years. Someone's gonna pick him up and they're gonna pay him for about probably 3/4 of that.
I've just always kind of had a thing against the Saints because of their bounty hunting scheme a long time ago, but that's just me being bitter. But
Okay, I'll give you Thomas. I'll give you Thomas. Thomas is legitimate.
oh yeah,
Mario, Jordan, Latinos. Who even knows these people?
well, Cameron Jordan, Mario. Oh my goodness, I'm having a brain fart. Mario. Oh, Demario Davis. Uh,
Okay, Demario Davis,
yeah, yeah.
Latinos. But what have these guys
Um,
actually accomplished, though? Wait,
Ryan
have
Ramzak.
they gotten the Saints a division title, though? Have they gotten a playoff win? We know Kamara has. We know Thomas has.
Speaking of which,
But how about the rest?
when was the last time the Saints made it to the playoffs? Now that I think about it, 2020.
But Mickey makes it work out. They're in the red every year, bro. Every year.
But yeah, actually, they haven't been to the postseason since the Drew Brees era.
Yeah.
So
What have,
yes,
what have these guys actually managed to do besides Kamara? And the Saints are always in the red, pretty much
but yeah, that is a fair point.
almost every year.
They have
I'm gonna look at them right now. Hold on.
they've had to
Where are they right now?
and see, and the thing is, Vietnam, it gets challenging more and more. I'm not saying that Mickey hasn't been able to do it, but it gets challenging, especially when you're
It
in the
does.
red a lot. I mean, you get over that cap. Ooh,
They're
yeah,
down to $4.1 million right now in total cap space. That's dangerous.
yeah,
That means if you don't have, you have to have about $10 million to deal with player injuries during the regular season. If you don't have that, you're in trouble already.
yeah,
And what happens when you have a bunch of player injuries? You start losing games, right? Boom. What keeps happening to the Saints on a consistent basis? It's the same thing. Mickey is detrimental to the Saints, just like uh, a lot of things that we have done are detrimental to us. So they're in the red, but they suffer no consequences from it. But do they though? Do they suffer no consequences from it though? Look at all the players that have left New Orleans and have become free agents in the last 5 or 6 years. You tell me if they suffered any consequences or not.
and they've had to the type of adjustments they've had to have made is, of course, a lot of restructuring contracts. I don't know how much in cuts though. So, um, But like I said, it's a
That
very
money does get recycled. I will say that,
it's
but
very
by how much?
it can be very difficult, especially you got to make some really tough decisions, really tough
Yeah,
decisions.
yeah.
Like I
I don't
said,
want that job. I
I
don't.
I wouldn't either. I would
I haven't
not
seen any.
either.
You haven't seen any of these Saints cuts that have happened in the last 10 years. Do I really need to bring up the transaction page for the Saints? Do I really need to go through that
Um,
list with you? Because I think there's a lot of names on that list that'll surprise
as a matter of fact, the Saints, it even says here, the Saints, hold up. The Saints have had to clear over $111 million in cap space,
you. Ooh, we.
who originally began, this was back in 2021. They were nearly 100 million over the threshold. Like, that's insane. I mean, did they pull it off? Sure, but that's not normal.
Um,
I mean,
I want this year's cut.
that's gotta be really difficult. I mean,
I want this
nearly
year's
over
cut.
100 million over the cap. That, but yeah, they had to clear $111 million in cap space. Like,
Youch.
like they had to. I mean, they cleared 35 million releasing or trading players, 52 million
Oh, I see it.
restructuring, and
I see what you're looking at.
Breeze took a pay cut slash retirement, and that's 23.9925 million cleared. I mean, yeah, but see, it always comes down
I
to
mean, good lord.
how do you keep them long term? That's the main challenge.
2023 potential cap savings. We've got Cameron Jordan with $25.7 million. We've got Marshawn Lattimore 22.46. We got Ryan Ramczyk with $21.44 million. The offensive tackle. We got Taysom Hill, $13.92 million, quarterback tight end. Uh, Alvin Kamara, $16 million. I told you that was high. Tyrann Mathieu, $8.9 million. I don't even know how you afforded him. Saints. I still have no idea. Eric McCoy, $12.68 million, and that's for a center. By the way, that's excessive for a center. Marcus May, $8.49 million. Andrews Pete, $18.37 million. Michael Thomas, $13.158 million. Jim Winston, $15.6 million. Ty Quinton Smith, $3.4 million. And the kicker, Will Lutz, $5.62 million. Now, you want to tell me that's not excessive? Come on, man.
Cause like
Those are potential cap hits.
there've even been other teams that have suffered this. I mean, at one point, Falcons. At one point, the Steelers. Especially in the late stages of the Ben Roethlisberger era,
Yeah.
they dealt with the same thing. And honestly, I got a
And
bad
if you don't
feeling that
believe me, here it is in chat.
I got a bad feeling the Eagles might end up having to deal with that. But we'll see. We'll see. But
That's my other YouTube channel, by the way. Don't worry about that. But I post the link in chat so that everybody can look at it.
gotcha. Um,
We'll switch over to the main one.
but anyway, it's late.
That is excessive, dude. That's a lot of money. You can't just wishy-washy push that to the side and go, "Oh, well, yay, I can now go sign a whole bunch of people." Like come on, man. What some of these guys are going to end up free agents very, very soon. Some
Yeah,
of them already have.
and then it's gonna be open season
I
like
mean,
crazy. But
yeah, it's going to become a bidding war. $12 million for a center?
yeah,
What the heck? Since when does a center command that much money? That's absurd. Like this has gotten to the point where it's ridiculous. A guard is $18.37 million out of a cap hit. Come on, man.
yeah,
A
yeah,
tackle, $21 million in a. Okay, I can see where a corner would do $22 million. That's off a multi-year deal. But a tackle, $21 million. Jeez, what is the inflation rate in the NFL right now? Good lord.
yeah. Tell me about it. But uh, but anyway, it's getting late.
Yeah, it's getting late, man.
But this was quite an action-packed stream. I want to thank everybody that came out, that brought the pain,
Yeah,
brought the debates. This was good debating, just
brought the fire in here, man. Shout out to
yeah,
Lot Poppy and Fate Nam on my side. Appreciate you both for being here.
indeed. But keep pounding no matter what.
Yeah,
I know I picked us to lose Sunday. I hope to God I'm wrong,
I hope you are too.
but it's keep pounding no matter what and see if they can start to right this ship because they need to do it urgently. Really,
We
really
got to find our
urgently.
way out of this tunnel, man, and just be kind to each other. No matter how much we debate each other, just be kind to each other. There's a lot of toxicity, but we got to be kind.
Yeah. And sometimes that means we got to reset and get refocused, relocked in, like Lock
Yep,
Poppy. Yeah,
yep,
see what I did there.
yep.
Corey, where can they find you? Where can everybody find you?
They can find me at Keep Pounding on YouTube, but the easiest way to find us is on the Facebook group page. Keep Pounding in all caps.
Excellent, excellent. But yeah, we will find out how
Be
things
sure to
go.
like and sub, guys.
Indeed. Like, comment, subscribe to both our channels. Also, shout out
It's free.
to Mr. Carolina. He was dealing with a stomach bug, so he couldn't join us. So prayers up for him.
Sorry to hear that. Hope he feels better.
Yeah, hopefully we'll be able to see him
Oh, he
Sunday.
would have enjoyed this.
But we'll see how Sunday goes. 1 p.m. We got the Vikings.
All righty, buddy.
Let's let's get it going. Let's get this right.
Yep, yep.
So
And as always, keep pounding.
keep pounding no matter what. This has been another Carolina Panthers Talk live stream brought to you by Blitzball Champ Gaming and Keep Pounding Podcast, and also Game Beauty as well. Be sure to use the link in the description. Use the promo code Blitzball_champ. Get 10% off of your order. We are your hosts, Blitzball Champ.
Keep pounding.
We will see y'all next time. Be safe and have a blessed weekend.